live and just jump right on in this and not hesitate at all, because I don't see a reason to hesitate. But yeah, no, for people who have enjoyed the content tonight and all that stuff and aren't already following the channel, don't forget to follow. What is saying it's out of date? I'm going to leave that alone. Alright, so we're going to pick up where we left off with the Survivor Man Challenge. We were just playing Hotel Architect and finished it. Just continue. Don't change it. And we did finish all the maps we went through, did them all, got the main objectives and everything done. I did not go through and do all the secondary objectives on everyone except the last map, because the last map, that's a requirement. But, I had a lot of fun with it. It's really excellent. I look forward to seeing what they do so far as, like, DLC and all that, because it definitely feels like a game it'd be very, very easy to be like, cool, here's a DLC, here's another map. Kind of like we've been seeing with, like, 2 Point Museum. You know, new map, adds one mechanic, that kind of thing. A lot of cool stuff with that. But, other games we're going to have going on in the immediate future is, and this is just because we hopped on here, we had a poll on the chat. I do imagine the next couple of days we'll be checking out the American Truck Simulator Illinois DLC. We're going to check that out on stream. I'll probably do that tomorrow, very genuinely. We're also going to check out probably more Space Haven, since that one 1.0, and that's a good time. And we'll kind of play it from there and what we got going on. But anyways, to pick up on what we actually got going on here. So this is the Survivor Man Challenge. For those who are unfamiliar with this challenge in Farm Sim, basically you start the game with absolutely nothing. Or as close to nothing as you can physically function. In our case, we started with this fishing pole. And nothing else. And from there, you start on a map that's wilderness, and you build up from there. And in this case, we've got a lot done. We've got the 2 oil mills over there. We've got a potato processing plant over there that we make potato chips. I've got a greenhouse for growing mushrooms right there. I've got a field of sugar cane that we're about to start harvesting behind me. In front of me, that'll be canola. It's just not flowering yet. Up there, we've got long grain rice, and way down there, we got potatoes. But what we're working on right now is, as an extra part to this challenge, instead of taking the time to be like, strategically, what crop should I be growing right now? Instead, I've got a big wheel, and I hit a button, and it spins a whole bunch, and whatever it lands on is what I have to do. And we have all the crops on there. And with that, we drew sugarcane as our first, as the first crop we got. Did I actually have that repaired? It's fine. It's already going. I'm not going to fuss with it. But sugarcane was the first one we got going, which is a very laborious but well-paying crop. From there we got long grain rice and then canola. Those are relatively not well-paying crops, but very low effort. And then we got potatoes, which is a lot of effort, but good paying crop. And then we did draw sugar beets for the last one. So of like the 5 most laborious crops in the game, I guess it'd be 6, because I want to say onions are up there as well, now I think about it. But of them, we got most of them. So I'm just checking the price of our potato chips right now. Oh, that's just straight up saying no fluctuations in price for potato chips. Alright, well, I'll just sell those while we're getting things going here. But yeah, so for the moment, what we're exporting is sugar and potato chips. Let's make sure the potato chip plant is potato chipping. It is. Good to see. Alright. Yeah, so each year we go around, we sell off all our potato chips, we sell off all our sugar. We're doing pretty good on money this year. We're at about 400,000. For the sugar beets we want to do, the thing I need to get is I need to get a harvester, which is like 500 to 700,000. And then we need to get a planter. That we can get quite a bit cheaper, but getting a better one would be better. I also need to buy a chunk of land to plow up a field for putting the sugar beets in there. And then realistically, what'll end up happening is once we get all that going, I'm going to need 2 more sugar mills. Because the current sugar mills I have, we are maxing out their capacity with the sugarcane alone. So realistically, I'll need 2 more to accommodate the sugar beets. So we can drop this off because we don't want to sell the sugar today. Sugar, the good price day is July. We don't have anything we care about on sale today. But yeah, so what should happen is in July, when we do our big day of selling sugar and all that, I'll most likely be able to buy what we need to, well, maybe not everything we need, but I'll be able to buy equipment towards our sugar beets. I keep kind of hoping we'll get lucky and the sugar beet harvester will come up on sale. We had the header for the harvester come up. I did opt to skip on it, and the reason for that is once I bought the header, I'd be committing to a specific harvester, and there's 4 of them. The headers are relatively cheap, so getting a discount on the cheap part doesn't help me very much, where I could potentially have bought the header and then turned around and, like, the next in-game month had the harvester for a different one come up and be short the money. So we skipped on that. But we're hoping that comes up, or if that doesn't come up, one of the better planters comes up. One of the better planters would also be a good choice. Okay, so we can get the planter. That's, like I said, the 2 big expenses we've got is the planter and the harvester. The field will cost about 100,000. So we're probably looking at 1 to 2 more harvests. That'll get us our sugar beets going, and that'll be another project. And if you're wondering why, when they're like, hey, wait a second, the sugar cane harvester doesn't have an internal storage, we do have a mod that's added an internal storage to it. It doesn't really change anything else. And the only reason for that is the AI struggles really hard when there's no internal storage on any vehicle. So I've kind of gotten to the point over the years that with stuff like the carrots and parsnips, I'll get a mod to just put an internal storage in it just so the AI works right. Because you can't really solo those ones. Because you need to be driving, like, the vehicle that's collecting the stuff and the vehicle that's doing the harvesting, and that's just not something you can do by yourself. And with another human player, it's not too bad to deal with, but with the AI, it's utterly terrible. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we probably wouldn't get that planter. It's cheap, but, like, it's not very good. So I think what we'd be looking for, ideally, let's see what planters we even have. So we have, like, the direct drill thing. So we could use one like this one. But I do want, yeah, so that's another one we could potentially use. That's direct drill as well. And then that one's direct drill as well. Huh. Oh, you're only 4 meters. Yeah, so you're 4 meters wide. You're 12 meters wide. That's a pretty significant up. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. You're 18.2 meters wide. You're 17. So let me remind myself what the heck the horsepower is on our tractor. Because we have one of the cheaper, larger tractors. I think it's this one. Yeah, so we're sitting at about 360 horsepower. So that's not amazing. And the reason why that's potentially a problem is if we're looking at our planters down here, that requires 1 horsepower more than we have, so we would be able to use it, but realistically it wouldn't work great. And this one we're just ever so slightly over its required amount. Same thing, it would work. Not great, but that is okay. Otherwise, the only other direct drill is that one. But we chose not to direct drill. We could use these other ones. I mean, that's still pretty high horsepower. So 9 meters. Yeah, so we're looking at about 9 meters wide is what I have plenty of wiggle room around. And you're only 28,000. Am I missing something with you? I mean, you're only 6 meters wide, and you're not direct drill. But it still feels cheap. I mean, I guess it's that one right there. Huh. It's just a weird setup between these two. Yeah, then this would be the thing for extra seeds and all that. Weird. All right, well let's get back to it because that harvester is probably gonna get caught up soon. But yeah, so we'd be looking at one of those planters, and it looks like we're talking probably around $250,000, and that's gonna put us like right on the edge of what our tractor can handle horsepower-wise, which is a bit of a bummer. That is gonna cause us some level of grief. If we're lucky, because unfortunately this is a much lower horsepower tractor, same with that one. There's always the possibility we could snag a more horsepower tractor to make that less of an issue, but that would be another setback to not actually getting the beat started. There's a chance we'd end up doing that. And I believe for our fields, I think we were talking... Yeah, this field, we're missing a chunk out of this corner to the forest. I think it was like 150,000. I think field 54 down there is mostly just open. We just lose a little bit of an edge to one of the forests. I think that's my plan for the sugar beets, is just go down to that one, plow up a new area, and go for it. And the temptation is, like, while we're doing other stuff like this, to just get get a plow and go over there and start working on it. The only hesitation with that is I need to make sure I have the money in the account for if the harvester comes up on sale. Or the planter, for that matter. Because if that happens, we'll do that. I did see one cool thing is that, it's not direct drill, unfortunately, but with the Highlands DLC, there is a planter-seeder combo that it does just about all of the non-specialty crops, which is very convenient, but it's not direct drill, so there is that negative about it. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, because I want to say if we looked under the cedars, there was one of these. Yeah, that's the one. So this one here, it only does 6 meters, but you'll notice it does way more stuff. It does like everything under that one. And I believe that's unique to that piece of equipment. So it's like the one thing does all. It's just the unfortunate reality is it's not direct drill, it's not particularly big. So it's flexible, well, realistically you're gonna use something else. Yeah, so you'd do it direct drill. Like, that's the safe one to do, direct drill. I have no idea what, if anything, that does. But you're very small. And if we're going 4 meters wide, I'd rather just get one of the bigger ones here. And then follow it up, or have to cultivate my own field kind of thing. Alright. So while you're harvesting... Apparently you're already full. Yeah, so we got our mushrooms and all that going in here. And you're direct selling those. We got the long grain rice and the canola in there. You're coming out of Lurk simply to say John Deere until you die. Absolutely unexplainable digital brand loyalty. I mean, especially considering John Deere does some shady stuff these days, not letting you repair your own stuff. Like, there's definitely a very strong following for John Deere, but yeah, with like right to repair and then forcing you to go through their certified dealers and certified technicians and none of that, they get proper shady. Granted, for me personally, I don't have a strong opinion. I have like zero brand loyalty when it comes to any of this stuff. I understand real life, like, you end up getting bought into like this company or that company's, you know, product line or whatever. But I don't know, I've been burned too many times on like the consumer grade of where you have a brand loyalty for someone and then they, you know, cash in at some point where they give you like really, really kind of garbage stuff and just kind of burn out that reputation. Hey Joe, how's it going? But as such, like where I used to have a lot more brand loyalty to different things in the past, it's like, nope, who's gonna do good by me now? That's pretty much the way it works. There's some exceptions. Like, generally speaking, I'm gonna get NVIDIA video cards, over, like, Athlon or whatever. I've had a lot of things. Let's see. It'd be all over Macy Ferguson, but it's only because there's British roots. That's all you got is John Deere? Yeah, no, that's, well, I mean, a lot of that's availability, honestly. Like, there's a lot of places it's like, okay, what agricultural equipment can you get here? Well, the nearest place that does agricultural stuff, they just do New Holland, or they do just, you know, just John Deere or whatever. And if you want something else, well, that's too bad. You gotta get, like, imported, and that adds tremendously to the cost, so you're gonna get whatever's available. I think you mentioned the NVIDIA cards after their electrical fire issues. Well, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. I haven't bought a new video card in a very long while. And yeah, no, they've had a bad run of it, like capacitors popping on stuff because they're under-spec'd and all that kind of stuff. They've had a lot of problems. And then, like, the connector issues where they've been shorting out and causing fires and whatever. It was always weird to me, and I understand it's because, you know, they made the PCI Express slot what it is, and then they're like, well, the video card needs more power. And so they got, like, a fat cable that goes to it. But, like, the connector for your video cards keep getting bigger and bigger. And, like, it becomes this whole thing of just managing your computer's, like, what's inside the case and having this ridiculously large, chunky, like, what is it, 8-pin plug to get your power into your video card. Some of them have, like, a pair of them now. And you're like, alright, maybe at some point we need to go back to spec and come up with some new connector for this. Because there's definitely times when you're manhandling those things into the case, you're like, man, I am gonna break something, and these are all very expensive parts. but like you genuinely have to like push it enough to make it like snap into place, and getting those power connectors again, they're big and chunky and they're really gummy to get in place. It'll be a secondary wall plug. Honestly, like, I mean, I feel so that wouldn't really help. Because the issue with the secondary wall plug is you're still 120 volt, and you're still going to be on the same circuit, so you're going to still be beholden by the same amperage on the breaker. So just throwing another plug into the wall doesn't do anything. Now, if it was like you're expected to have a second power supply, then you'd still just make the argument, well, you just would need a bigger power supply. So you don't use DIN rails? DIN rails? I don't know what you're referring. Are you talking about the thing where you have your video card and then you have like the little bracket that kind of holds it? They can sell their own power supply rated for the card? Yeah. I mean, at the rate these video cards are escalating, I could certainly see some of the higher end ones going that route. And then you turn on ray tracing and you get about 40 frames per second. But at that slower speed, you could depict every single freckle on a person's face. And then you'd stop and question why on earth you are doing that. But it makes great screenshots. Oh man, I've said a number of times, like, you know what I want? Take the graphics down like 10, 20, 30% or whatever, and just make it run smooth. Make it less crashy. I'm there. It's a mounting rail for all kinds of things in neat and tidy fashion. For computers, I haven't heard of DIN rails. Yeah, that's news to me. Maybe I know it by a different name. But usually with computers, you don't really get a lot of options because where your connectors are, where your connectors are. Like, don't get me wrong, over the years we've seen many different like motherboard layouts and formats and all that to try and improve things. You had ATX, BTX, AT, ATX Mini, Micro ATX, Full ATX. BTX was the one that kind of stood out as different because like it had always been like your processor was up here, then you'd have your RAM, and then all that. BTX like, what if we just kind of flip the whole thing on its head? So you can kind of have things more in line with the front of the case, because usually you had like your fan in the back and the front, and then there's just hard drives there. Versus historically with ATX, you'd have your, you'd have your power up here, or you'd have your power supply, you have your CPU below it, and then you'd have like your CD-ROM drives or whatever in the front, and usually the airflow there sucked. But then people stopped using optical drives and it became kind of a moot point. Where now the whole front of the computer could just be airflow. That was a 30-second major thing. Everyone moving all their power. I mean these days your power supplies are often in your case are on the bottom. It's mainly used for electrical stuff like line breakers, but you'd imagine you could MacGyver in the computer. Ah, you mean MacGyver, make something really terrible and not work right. No, like, definitely, like, you don't want to just take random crap and start shoving into your computer and make it work. The same way you wouldn't want to do that to your car. Can you just, like, pull out your car and be like, well, that's 12 volts under a certain amp and start wiring stuff together? Sure. Can you use brackets for these other things? Sure, and there's definitely times that that's appropriate. But, like, for just normal building a computer, you definitely don't want to be just, like, grabbing random things and just shoving it in there being like, yeah, well, I want to make this organized. Like, very genuinely, when you're looking at computer cases nowadays, like, nicer ones, not that you're, like, really cheap, like Fractal. Like, get a really nice one like Fractal, or others. I'm not trying to, like, obviously, hashtag sponsored, right there. Right there. Not trying to just do that plug, but, definitely doing it anyways. But, when you get nicer cases, whether Fractal or Thermaltake or any of these other ones, that these days there's so much ability to organize them between like where you have like the mesh in the back that you can kind of like shove your cables underneath where the motherboard is, so you don't have to like see it, get it better airflow. But it's always the video card that's the pain. Which that's one of the things that led me to getting Fractal and using their stuff. Is they'll literally give you a stat when you're buying the case, like this can accommodate a video card that is this long, you know, whatever. So there isn't that weird thing we used to deal with when video cards first started exploding in size, where you'd have that whole thing being like, alright, this is a really big case, but it's a really big card. I really hope it fits, because they don't give me that statistic. I just have to kind of eyeball it and be like, you know, that looks like it's got plenty of clearance. And I was fortunate I never ran into a problem, but I definitely know people who did, who they tried to do their diligence about whether or not a computer case would accommodate their hardware, and then it didn't. While you're doing that, let's go to construction. Time to bust out the Dremel, and take out with a driver. Luckily, at least nowadays, most computer cases, again, that aren't super duper budget cases, but most computer cases these days will even go to the point of actually having it where you can just like take out a screw or a bolt or whatever and just, you know, snap out the hard drive rack or whatever. Man, I remember at one point, I think it's just I had a lot of hard drives in a standard case. And this is like one of my first computers, like so crappy computer. I definitely remember taking a hard drive and mounting it through the grate on the side, putting the bolts through the holes in the grate. Not as a long-term solution, but as a I have something I need to get done solution. I was gonna do stuff, but I'm missing the thing there. I forgot that I had done that. It was like on the back of the computer. There would be like where all your expansion card slots, and there was a little thin spot along that was like a vent, and it was mounted to that vent. Let's see. Your hard drives are all SSDs, and they're just duct taped to the bottom of the case with anti-vibration grommets. Sure, I definitely used anti-vibration grommets. I definitely used like the little rubber rings, and didn't just like bolt that crap right through the side of the vent. This is like my very first computer that I bought for myself. Like it was not a good computer. It was like, I really wish I could remember what it was inside there. It was an Intel something or other. I don't think it was a Pentium 4, but well, it definitely wasn't a Pentium 2. It wasn't the slot style or whatever. Your friend had those coffee makers sounding 5 1/4 hard drive. Yup. The worst one is when you go turn on your computer and you hear the hard drive and you just click, 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 and you're like, oh, it's done. It's all done. This isn't like a kind of the hard drive is maybe not working right. When you hear that click that's just like not quite a second apart, and you're just like, oh, we had crashed. This is all dead. You had a laptop die once. You put an external caddy in your hard drive tray, and ran USB cables through the holes, and drilled in a blank for an optical drive. Put the HD in the caddy. Sorry, I wasn't very clear. Yeah. No, I definitely had times, usually when it's like switching computers and all that kind of stuff, where you'd pull files off your old hard drive, put them on the new hard drive, and then, pull the old hard drive out. Where I had taken like, you'd have where your optical drives would go, and then have that rail, so you had like, your first bolt would be stationary, then you had the rail so it could accommodate different sizes or whatever. And I definitely a number of times put a hard drive on that spot while I was doing the restore and all that, to then, pull it back out. You had 2 quantum fireball hard drives, and one burnt out from overheating one hot summer. Yeesh. I've been fortunate. I haven't lost too many hard drives. Like, I've definitely had a hard drive or 2 crash over the years, but usually as well as things that the hard drive was already pretty clearly having issues. Yours wasn't temporary, you just decided where that lived. Your first computer was a hand-me-down with a 20 megabyte hard drive. You format it and realized it was actually a 30 megabyte hard drive, but they hadn't paid for the extra 10 megabytes. Oh, it's a whole thing. I don't remember what the space was on my first computer. I'm trying to remember what the Gateway 2000 had. I want to say it was a couple hundred megabytes. That wasn't my first computer. That was just the computer I learned stuff on. Okay. Every time I think of that Gateway 2000, I just remember Jazz Drive and how much of a sack of crap those things were. Zip Drive was fine. Jazz drives were just straight garbage. Your first hard drive was 128 megabyte and blazing fast compared to 2.5 floppy. "16 megahertz with turbo on, 8 megahertz without it. It even had a front panel LCD to tell you so." Oh, yeah, no, I remember the turbo button. The make my computer run badly very shortly button. I have to look this up while we're waiting for this thing to come around. Let me see if I can find this. Jazz Drive. Because I know they had all sorts of stuff that came out later. Oh yeah, there you are. Oh, I don't want to stop, go away, stop. I don't want a YouTube video. Get that out of there. I thought I was clicking on an image. I just want an image that I can show what this thing is. It's fine. We'll just do it this way. All right, yeah. So this is a Jazz Drive. For those who have not dealt with this, the iOmega Jazz Drive, 1 gigabyte, and you could get these things in 1 gigabyte when that was really impressive stuff. When you were probably saying, I think we had like a 200 or 300 megabyte hard drive when we got one of these things. And if you look at this, it is really a piece of junk. So the way it works, if you look at this, it's effectively like your regular hard drive. There's an actual spindle in there, and then this little slot, and you would slide it out of the way. Oh yeah, there's like the little tab there. So it'd slide the little metal piece out of the way, and it just kind of insert the little header. So for all intents and purposes, this was a hard drive, but it was not magnetically sealed. And as Burning Sun's saying, you were lucky if you got 2 or 3 uses out of those things. They were straight up a piece of junk. One of the worst pieces of hardware I've ever owned. My father had gotten for it because, you know, it was me and my brothers who were using this Gateway 2000. Like I said, I think it was like a 200 megabyte hard drive. I have no idea. It could have been anywhere from like 100, 200, whatever. But, you know, we wanted to store more files. And he's like, all right, well, we'll get this new technology. We'll check it out. We'll get this Jazz Drive. Each of the kids can get their disc. And all that kind of stuff. And yeah, nah, man, those things, like I said, they were good for like 1 or 2 uses, and then they would never work again. Even if you just like stuck the disc in there and didn't remove it, the least reliable thing I've ever seen for data storage, for long-term data storage. Hot garbage. I remember I went through like 3 of those and I just stopped bothering. Look at that. At that point, I was just resorting to burning CDs and that kind of stuff to try and store files. And that was like the very early days of CDRs, where it was like, what was it, like 2x speed, 4x speed, or whatever like that. So burning a CD was like not an insignificant time investment. Alright. So pretty soon the sugar cane's gonna come out over here. But yeah. Fingers crossed all burning. Yeah. I was fortunate that most of the CDs and DVDs ended up burning, because the CDs for the longest time, most of those worked. Every once in a while you get a dud. Every once in a while you get one that's like, I failed to burn. Well, into the garbage you go. The good news is, you know, CDRs were dirt cheap if you didn't get nice ones. And in those days, high school, college age, I was not getting the nice ones, I can tell you that much. I'm willing to take 3 or 4 attempts to burn a CD if I only got to spend like a couple of pennies per CD. That was also the thing for a while. Like, if you were into tech, and you're like right at the flip from the 90s to the 2000s, aw, man. And people knew you could burn CDs. It was like you'd get birthday or Christmas, and you get the thing of like 100 CDRs. You know, they probably bought them for like 12, 20 bucks or whatever. And you'd get like 2 or 3 family members get you those and be like, no, 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 really, I don't need more of these. Yes, I burn CDs, but I might burn like a couple of CDs a month, absolute tops. And I currently have somewhere in the area of like 400 blanks. I will probably die of old age before I get through these. I am very good. It was just one of those things. They're in that sweet spot price range when you're buying a gift for someone. They're like, all right, it's like in that $10, $20 range. You know, really appropriate price range for giving a gift. It's something that shows some level of interest and all that. And whatnot. But at the same time, it's like, they don't burn that fast. So burning a CD is kind of an afternoon deal. You burnt out 2 writers in the early years? I know I ended up replacing mine. Mine, it wasn't for the burning out. Mine, like I said, I was dealing with like the early day ones, where, like I said, it's like 2x speed or whatever like that. And that would take for freaking ever to burn a CD. And so what ended up happening is when it's time to like upgrade my computer or whatever, that was one of the few parts I got where I wasn't building out a new computer. So I would go, oh, they're up to 8x speed now? Yeah, I'll pick up an 8x speed CD burner. I'll take a few hours of my life back every time I gotta burn these things. Because especially with the early software for burning CDs, you'd be like, cool, I'm gonna burn the CD, let me just boot up a game, and you would almost guarantee your burn wouldn't go through, right? It was definitely one of those things you'd start and be like, well, it's time to sit on my hands. Writing sucked because you couldn't play games while I was writing, or a buffer failure. Yeah, you can play Solitaire, but you were pretty limited. Like, Minesweeper and Solitaire were pretty safe. But, like, you know, you'd want to play, like, Red Alert or something like that. And if you did, you were just, that CD was not getting done. And what would you burn on them? Not like you had download gigs of data on your 28.8 modem. Right, no, exactly. Like, that was like you had Kazaa, and that showed up later on, and Napster and all that. And if you were lucky and you had broadband, that was cool. But I definitely remember, like, at the beginning of Napster still being on dial-up. And just being like, oh man, you know, Blink-182 just came out with their new CD. I want to check out Blink-182. Goes to Kazaa or Napster, types in Blink-182, and then definitely goes to the store and legally purchases it. That is exactly what happened and nothing else. But it took a long time, and the download had problems. It's amazing I didn't end up with a bunch of viruses. Going to the store and legally purchasing the album. Good old LimeWire, yeah, LimeWire. Allegedly, well, I mean, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, it's not that I never bought any CDs. I didn't buy many CDs. Like, the first CD I bought, that was like a thing that's like, I wanted it. was I bought the album from Weird Al Yankovic, Running with Scissors. And I think the second album I bought was, I think, Blink-182, All the Small Things. I might have the album name wrong, but it was the one that had that one on there. I think it's the one where they came out with the song Girl at the Rock Show. You can confess to whatever crimes you want so long as you follow it with allegedly. Yeah, was it Take Off Your Pants and Jacket? I don't think... Ah, man, I'd have to look it up. Like, if I see the album art, I would be like, that's the one. And I think that was, like, some of the only albums I ever bought physical copies of. I got that one. The other one I got is I got 3 albums that were actually from my high school German teacher. Because he played a lot of really fun music. His music was very, Jonathan Colton-esque. So, like, kinda folksy, but really funny kind of things. Yeah, I don't think it's the person that had All the Small Things. It was like Girl at the Rock Show. Man. What is it? Yeah, so it's definitely not that one. It's definitely not All the Small Things. Blink-182 albums. I don't think it's Enema of State. Was it really? Why did my parents let me buy that? Or was that just... Oh, no, you're right. Take Off Your Pants and Jacket. That's the one. I think... Did I get Enema State later? Either way. I didn't get many CDs. Yeah, no, it's Take Off Your Pants and Jacket. I remember that one. Yeah, that's the one. It's been a long time. And believe me, one of the first things I did is I pulled the music off that CD, ripped it into MP3, and just listened to it on the computer. But yeah, no, that I did listen to that in, oh man. In my first car, which is a $300 Honda Civic that I bought used, very used, and abused. And like, I got a crappy radio for it. Like, I had listened to my father, like, and my dad is someone who liked restoring cars back to the way they were kind of thing, so like fixing them up proper. So I'd been convinced by him to get like a replacement of like the stock radio that Honda came with, because the person who had put a custom kit into it, when they sold me the car, they'd yanked out all the radio stuff, like their side speakers and everything. So those were the first things I did in that car, is put new stuff in there. So I got what speakers I could, versus like the stock ones, just because you could go and buy a kit and whatever. But I'd gotten like I'm gonna call it the header, but I got like the CD player that it came with. And I did that because we had gone to the junkyard to get parts for the car, and so we just grabbed a radio while we were there. And it was definitely one of those things that one of the first things I did when I started, feeling a little bit more comfortable working on it, is I yanked that radio out and I got like a proper CD player with like, it was like they had just started making it so you could get CD players that played MP3s that weren't like $200-300. And yeah, it was definitely one of those things, like, I was very much like, this is a tool. I don't, like, it's a Honda. We're not restoring some like old GTO or some olden days Stingray that they only made 13 of, where it's a freaking Honda. There are literally millions of this car. there's no collector who gives a crap about this. So what I wanted is I'm going to use it. So I'm going to put the radio that sounds the best in it. Which is always something that, and again, like, we never fought over. Well, actually, we fought one time over it. Not fought's too strong a word. We disagreed one time over it. But like, I was never the mentality about it, like, you know, buying something, it's like, oh, but it's a collector's thing, so keep it in the box. No. F that. If I'm buying it, I'm not buying it so I can resell it someday later. I'm buying it so I have whatever the thing is. Like, if it's a toy, I'm gonna buy it to play with it. You know, if it's an electronic, I'm gonna buy it to use it. I'm not gonna buy it because, oh, well, they're only making 1,000 of these, so someday it's gonna be worth some real money. Because half the time it never happens that way. And so yeah. Nah, the one time I kind of got, again, argument would be too strong of a word. It was a disagreement. My pop was definitely upset. He was definitely not happy with me. And that was, I had gotten my car. So I had gone from that piece of junk car to a car I actually wanted, because, you know, I had gotten a job, saved up money, and I gotten a Mazda Miata. And it had just, like, the CD player that was literally just a slot, and there's basically a play and next track kind of button, and eject. Like, no frills, no MP3, none of that, which it all, you know, by then was something you could just get pretty standard. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go get myself a nicer CD player. And he wasn't the biggest fan of the fact that I was going to get, you know, something newer, but he's like, okay, you can just pull out the old CD player, unplug it, and plug in your new one. You know, make sure to hold on to the old one. That way, if you go to, you know, sell the car later, you can sell it with the original stuff, so it's the way it came and whatever. And I definitely got in there, realized there was no, like, the connector wasn't going to work. There wasn't enough depth to, like, get an adapter or something in there, so I cut wires. Pulled the battery, cut the wires, resoldered it all together with the correct adapter and all that, which was the instructions on the kit, by the way. This wasn't me just being like, God, let me just start chopping. The instruction was like, yeah, what you do is you go to your thing, you cut your connectors, you match up the colors, and you hook it all up. It's nice and easy. You know, you match yellow with yellow, black with black, red with red. Nice and easy. If you're not sure, get out your voltmeter. And so I took the time doing it. It was about halfway through soldering it when he came out and he saw me, like, I clearly just cut a bunch of wires. I was soldering stuff together, and he was pissed. Granted, he couldn't do anything. It was my car that I bought with my money. But it's like, you really need to, like, it's like, you need to put that back, like, exactly the way you got it. He went inside, and I just kept going. It's like, this is my car. You know, I can't remember. I think I said something that was like, oh yeah, you know, I ran to the store and got an adapter, like, which I didn't. You know, I just soldered that thing up. And again, it's one thing if, like, the car you got is like, oh, this is some old GTO or Mustang or, you know, some, like, car that they didn't make many. You got, like, a DeLorean or something. Something that, like, oh no, genuinely it's a shame. Like, you know, someone painting a DeLorean. It's like, oh, this is really a shame that someone would do this. Nah, man. They made a million of these things. It's a Mazda Miata. It's a fun little car, but, like, you're not finding some collector who gives a crap. Not like with a common model. Like, you'd have to find something a little bit more exotic or rare or whatever. And I will say, I was really happy I did that. Having an MP3 playing, or an MP3 capable radio in my car was much nicer. And I never once regretted that. And then I went out and I got, like, even though the speakers worked perfectly fine, I got a really nice set of, you know, the front speakers in the car. And then I had a buddy who was really frustrated that I had this giant speaker box in his trunk, and he couldn't use his trunk as a trunk, so he sold it to me for like 20 bucks, where he had like this giant subwoofer. And so I got this giant subwoofer and amp for this little bucket of a trunk this car had, that when you closed it, it nearly perfectly conformed with the with the shape of the trunk, so I had these two like slices along the side, just enough to like slip my backpack in on one side. Very impractical. That subwoofer eventually did go away because that was a problem. But it was pretty funny at the time. And I ran my wires the whole way up. Did all that work. Yep. And would I do it again? I mean, I don't regret doing it, but no. Hell no. I've done my time working on cars. It's fine. It's something I'm capable of. I've worked on transmissions. I've opened up blocks. I'm good. No, thank you. Especially modern cars nowadays. You open up transmissions nowadays, like, yep, this ain't something you just look at and work on. This is something you pull up a schematic. The days your sound is worth more than your car. Well, with the Miata, that was never the case. The Honda, that was. Because that, like I said, that Honda, I got it, it had like 130 or something thousand miles on it. It had rear-ended a school bus. So, like, the front of the Honda was 3 different colors. It had a spray paint gold hood. The, like, trim piece right over the top was like this, this, I think it was like black. And then there was like the area down below, it was kind of sky blue. 2 of those colors were colors that Honda came in. The spray paint gold wasn't it. And the rest of the car was that ugly bronze that was really popular in the 80s, because it wouldn't show dirt. And the hood wouldn't quite close right. They had like bungee corded it down when I bought it. And it had the word for a female dog keyed over the driver's side of the car, because the person who had previously owned it was not a particularly liked person. Oh, also it had like, the roof was coming down the fabric a little bit, and the fabric on the back seat in the car, because it was a hatchback, was starting to come loose on the hatchback side. So it had a Jesus Last Supper blanket draped over it to hide the fact that the fabric was coming apart. It was just, you know, chef's kiss. That kind of car that you definitely was the car you aspired to have as a teenager. Not at all. I was just happy because I had a car. And that was pretty cool. It took a lot of work to get that thing to be in better shape. Which the first part of that was going to the junkyard and having them chop the front off another Honda, and then welding the other Hondas, like welding that front onto, you know, the one I had purchased because it had damage from the car accident. And then, you know, going and finding a hood that wasn't all jacked up to replace the jacked up hood with. Getting replacement fenders because the fenders were all jacked up. And just going through all that process. Never did clean up, like never did fix where it had the had been keyed. That stayed forever. That blanket stayed there much longer than I care to admit. It did stay there. And genuinely what I did in the long run is I just got tired of having Jesus the Last Supper in the back seat. Because that was definitely not the vibe I was aiming for. But, I literally just, you know, just chucked that because the fabric just drooping a little was not that big a deal. Because it wasn't even the side that you sat on, it was the other side that was drooping. It was drooping into, like, the hatchback, and only just a little. I think I taped it up at one point, and the tape didn't hold up very well, but... And yeah, and to that car's credit, I bought it with that mileage. I got over 100,000 miles more on it. Granted, that required opening up the block more than once to work on valves and such. And then the last time, it was only a water pump I had to do, but I was going to have to open up the block again to do it, and I was like, no, I'm sorry, Like, at that point, like, I had been working for a while, I had my, like, nah, man, this $300 piece of junk car, I am not opening that engine again. I've been in this thing too many times. I have money. I'm buying something. You know, and like I said, I got a Mazda Miata, but it was, you know, pretty decently used. I got it at a really good price. Like, it wasn't getting new. I didn't have that kind of money. Or I didn't want to spend that kind of money, so I guess a more accurate statement. But, like, at that point, I was like, nah, man. I am fighting tooth and claw here to save, you know, dozens of dollars. Nah, it's okay. I'll buy something. I don't need to be, like, that frugal at that point. Plus, I had just started a new job, and I'm like, I really need my car to be reliable getting there. And the Honda had never really let me down, but it definitely got dodgy a few times. It would, I'd have to hold it in first and third gear. If I didn't hold the stick shift forward, when I let go, it'd kick out of gear real hard. So you'd hold in first, then you get to second, and I could let it go in second. It could just sit in second, that's fine. Then you get up to third, and you'd go to fourth real quick, and you could leave it in fourth, and it only had 4 gears, you know, in reverse. And when we rebuilt the transmission, that got better for a little while. It didn't stay better. To be fair, when we rebuilt the transmission, we just re-welded the material and returned the transaxle. Not the gear part of it, but the other part of it. Because the guy who owned it drove it like a race car in the worst kind of way, and just destroyed so much. Like we opened up the transmission, and all the oil in it was sparkly and silver and shiny. It wasn't supposed to be. That was all the bits of gear inside that transmission fluid, because the guy just chewed up the gears driving it like an a-hole. Yep. First car. Which I find it funny because between me and both my brothers, so I got that piece of junk, and my younger brother got a Fiero that was a piece of junk. His piece of junk was nicer than my piece of junk. Like, credit where it's due, while his car also needed work right after he bought it, it wasn't nearly as significant as mine needed. It did get a lot of work. He did put in a lot of work. This isn't like to undermine the effort that he put into keeping that car running. He didn't have to hack off the front of another car to weld it on there to get it right. Versus my older brother held off on getting his own car for a while. And I think he got a Buick. He basically got some grandmother's car. And literally someone's grandmother who was no longer able to drive had to get rid of their car, and he bought that car. And it was used, but unlike the other 2 cars, he didn't have to put any real work into it. He spent a lot more for it, but, you know, I was the first one of my brothers to own a car, despite not being the oldest. I was the first of my brothers to get a job. I tend to do a lot of stuff before both my brothers, often to my detriment. I definitely, with my fiercely independence, I definitely jumped and did things faster, and then learned why maybe I should have taken a little bit more time. Like, I turned 19 and immediately moved out. Was not the best strategy. It did okay. It turned out in the long run, but there was definitely lots of hiccups, bumps, and scrapes and bruises along the way. That first apartment, I had a roommate, and I've told this story. The way that came to an end was, like, me and my roommate had been kind of in the outs for a while. I had been the assistant network administrator, and he had been the network administrator at a place, and he started to realize he kept passing off more and more of his job responsibilities to me. And he had reached a point, he was looking at what he had left, and there was really not much there. And I actually had no intention of doing anything about it because I'm like, okay, I'm getting all this job experience. Whatever. I know I'm not going to be able to take the title. Like, I'm not going to get the network administrator job title. Like, this is probably where he's going to be for the rest of his life. But, this is all experience I would not normally be able to get. Because these are all, like, higher functions that I'm being passed off, where normally as an assistant, you'd be getting passed off busy work. And in his brilliance, he decided he was going to get me fired. Again, I'm his roommate. He's depending on me for rent. But he's going to get me fired. And so he put a bunch of stuff on my computer while I wasn't there. And then, he was, of course, looking through things. And he found a hard drive somewhere on the network that had stuff that shouldn't have it on. Oh, would you look at that? That's Rual's computer. The problem for him is he's not the smartest guy. That, I noticed, like, I do a lot of maintenance on my computers, like, alright, something's not right here. Like, I shouldn't have this much, like, I'm missing a lot of data. Sorry, not missing, my hard drive is way fuller than I expect. What's going on here? Like, what got installed? And it wasn't something installed. I went to recent files and I found all these images of things that, I'm not going to elaborate on it. Inappropriate things for work. I'll leave it at that. And so at that point, I kind of went to my boss. I'm like, we gotta talk. Like, I just went to my computer, and there's a whole lot of files that I didn't put on here that are not okay. And, we talked for a little while, and then the guy set his trap, and, oh, look, I found this on the, computer. Oh, no, that's Rual's computer. And our mutual boss had a pink slip already written up and just filled in the date. Which made things really awkward going home. Which, to his credit, he didn't take it out on me. He didn't make things hard at home. Like, he kind of realized he screwed himself. But needless to say, things were tense, not great back at the apartment. And then I came home early one day, not from work, like I was seeing someone, going out on dates, whatever, and came back. I was like, oh, my roommate's cooking. He never cooks. Like, what's he cooking? And I walked into the kitchen, and there was a paper towel, and there was a whole lot of what looked like pills. And I went, I need to not be in this apartment anymore. Like yesterday. I don't need a felony on my record for something I didn't do. I need to leave. And immediately went to the landlord and was like, okay, what do I have to do to break my lease in good standing? Like, what do I gotta do that, and she had known that me and my roommate were, like, not in the greatest spot because of, like, work stuff and everything, and she was like, oh yeah, I figured you two were, like, you're gonna try and break lease or whatever. Just, yeah, if you just pay me 1 month's rent ahead, that's fine. Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's gonna stay there for now, but, like, I need to be out now. He's like, okay, just pay me a month ahead and that's good. Because I don't know what he was making. My guess is ecstasy. But I don't know anything about drugs. All I knew is I certainly didn't want to live in a place where they were being made. Because here in the US, that's a really easy way for you to get a criminal record that sticks for life. And my comment was always, if I'm going to get a criminal record, it's going to be worth it. Like, I'm not going to get a criminal record over something stupid. But yeah. So moved out of there, like, in a super hurry. Paid the month and a half. What would you get a record for? So, I gotta go remember. Because I'm in the same household as illicit drugs being produced, you can get caught up in it because, if I don't turn them in, then I potentially am an accessory and all that. You get the idea. Oh, what would you do? Man, I don't know. It would definitely be some, like, really major, like, you know, party, like, party hardy kind of thing. Not, like, just party for fun. Like, that's kind of the thing. That's the reason I haven't committed a major crime. That nothing's worth it. From what you heard, methods used to make those drugs is not suitable for living in. Oh, yeah, like, I have no idea. Worst case, he was trying to make a third-degree charge by culinary experimentation. Yeah, like I said, I have no idea. Like, I genuinely have no idea. Like, he could even have been making placebos or whatever. I don't know. All I know is I came home to that and I was like, nope. Nope, nobody, nope, nope-a-rino. Big ol' basket of nope. But yeah, so I paid my month in advance. So, you know, I still had the end of the month. And just basically went to the next nearest apartment place I could find and be like, okay, this is going to kind of wipe me out from what I've set aside, but like, you know, I'm going to go get my apartment over here. And I had someone else who had just, you know, just gone through a bad breakup and everything, so I was like, hey, we'll go in together. Like, we've been friends for, like, ever and all that. You know, we'll go ahead and, like, we'll roommate here and all that. It'll be great. And all that stuff. That ended up... I had real bad luck with roommates for a while. Like, and most of them, the roommates, I think, generally are on the up and up, just kind of bad circumstances kind of stuff. But, yep. But yeah, and that was definitely one you're like, oh no, like, it doesn't matter what my plans were for the week. They've changed. We have new plans, and those new plans are moving out as fast as I possibly can. Because my luck is he would start dealing or something out of the apartment or whatever. I mean, he was making an apartment. I guess it doesn't even matter if he was dealing out of it. He'd already be way in the, like, this is a no bueno. But the point was, like, especially, we had some really nosy neighbors. Because this wasn't like these big apartments that were tall. It was kind of like, not townhouses, there wasn't like multiple floors. It was kind of like you had this area, and you have like the back bedroom, the front bedroom, and then like the kitchen. And then there was like the sliding glass door. But then you had the sliding glass door from the person across from you face straight in. So like, anything you're doing in your main room in the apartment, everyone can see. And we had a bunch of like, and this neighborhood was mostly fairly old people who had nothing better in their time to do other than to, like, you know, people watch you inside your home. Like, I caught more than once the neighbor with the binoculars just looking through the backs of other people's homes. Like, that's all I need. Some person who has nothing better to do to just see us doing, or not us, see him doing that. And, like, the two of us in there and just be like, yep, police. Yeah, but I got the hell out of Dodge out of that one. The next 2 or 3 times I moved, I was like, I'm moving in by myself, no roommates, and then I always had someone going through, like, something really terrible that I'm like, alright. I got an extra room. Wasn't until, like, a bit before I met, like, a year or two before I met Tomb, that, which is my wife, that, like, I genuinely was like, nope, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anymore. The person could tell me they got kicked out of their home, they've got nowhere to go, and everything else like that. And I would absolutely, I've been like, nope, sorry, too bad. I am moving by myself. Your partner just kicked out 2 roommates because they're crappy? Yep. Then you got married just to have a roommate? I mean, I had like a good year and a half, 2 years or whatever it was. I had my own digs. Yeah, no, I guess technically I kicked 2 people out. Like, kicked out isn't the right word, because, like, the one, it's like, they had moved in, and then you know, it was supposed to be just, you know, me and this other person there. And they're like, by the way, my significant other is, you know, gonna be around. It's like, okay, that's fine. And he basically lived there. I was like, okay, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. Like, not that there was any, like, ulterior motives and all that, but it was really not excited about having a roommate in the first place, let alone a pair of roommates. And then just the timing of it, like, the one I was like, yeah, I know I'm going to be floating this person for a little while they get their feet underneath them. And they had gotten a job and then ended up losing that job right away. And then the other one couldn't hold a job and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I got 3 people staying in this house, and it's not that I'm paying all of it, but I'm paying the bulk of it. And this just ain't right. And so it's not that I really kicked them out, it kind of kicked me out, where I was like, okay, well, I'm relocating because of school stuff, and you two are on your own. Even though the primary motivator for the relocation was, I was like, look, man, I'm tired of covering all these people, and, you know, going through, trying to have to go through, like, because they're also on the, well, the one was also on the lease and everything and all that, and having to, like, go through the whole process of being like, hey, you need to, like, pay your share, I need to kick you out, okay, let me get the landlord, blah, blah, blah. Instead of doing all that, it's like, okay, well, lease is up, I'm out. You're on your own, figure it out. The other one I definitely kicked out. The other one is like, here's the deal. You can crash here for this long, and you gotta have your stuff sorted. That's all you're getting. And then when it got to like 30 days from like when I was there, it's like, yep, you got 30 days. They're like, wait, you're serious? I'm like, yes. I was very clear. I made you sign a thing. I was like, I am helping you out. I don't want to help you out because I don't like you, but like, I feel bad about what's your kids dealing with and everything. I will float you for 3 months. After that, you're on your own. I've done what I can. And then she moved in there with her guildmaster. It's fine. That was someone who got forced to grow up way too soon. And when they got some wiggle room to actually be young, they took it. Which I don't even blame them for. But it was definitely one of those things, it's like, hey man, it's not... Like, it's not on me to sacrifice everything. I'd already done a whole lot. A lot of people took advantage of me when I was younger, because bleeding heart. But then you wised up. Let's see, one of them mostly moved out already, and then they had about 1,500 rent behind. It was like under 12 months. Oh, jeez. Yeah, mine wasn't anything that bad. Mine with the, not the latter one, the one that I basically moved out and just kind of not let them high and dry, because basically I let them know for a long time, being like, hey, when the lease breaks, I'm gone. So you gotta make your arrangements. Like, this isn't a discussion thing, like, I got my own life to live. And yeah, so it would have been what, like, between the two of them, $300-something a month would be what I guess off the top of my head. This is going by memory, so big old basket of salt. But it would have been like $300 a month, and it was a lot of like paying late, partial payment, get back later, be a month behind. Like, and it was one of those things, like, you know, I was in college at the time. I didn't exactly have a lot of money to throw around at either. So it's like one of those things where it's like, I need you to pay regularly. Like, this isn't something that's like, oh, no problem, like, I can cover for us. It's like, no, I got tuition to pay. I got textbooks to deal with. I got, you know, my own bills and food and all that stuff to deal with. Like, if you don't pay me, I gotta figure out where this money's coming from. And there was definitely those times you're like, okay, this month am I eating or am I paying rent? And I always made it work out in the end, thankfully, because in the times that things got really dicey, it just so happened there was a need for overtime or whatever. Or not overtime, but extra shifts. So I was able to make it work. But it was just one of those things like, if I would have just not had those extra shifts one time, something wasn't getting paid. But yeah, so I ended up getting a better job. Moved over towards where the university was. Lived on my own. Which was great. No complaints about living with Tomb. But like, you know, living with someone you like love or in a romantic relationship with, yada yada, partners and all that is a very different animal from you are living with another person for financial reasons, whereas you would probably maybe not prefer that otherwise. Okay, so we're almost done with the sugarcane, which would be good. Like that's another thing that's a very different world for young people just starting out now. Like with how much the cost of apartments have gone up. Like it's not just you're rooming with someone else and that's how you make it work. Like you're rooming with like 3-4 people in the same space that you would have historically had like 2 people. Like you're bunking in those rooms where you and another person are sharing a room, and then like you have 2 other people in the other bedroom, and that's just to make it happen. I don't envy that. Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then on top of that, they're paying like twice as much as I did when I had my place, both in total amount and buying power. Okay, so I'll park this up because then I can just take over the harvester and clean up the last bit. Oh, actually, there's still a stripe left. Okay, I thought it was just like a little bit less than that, like half that much. So we'll drop this off. Then we can touch up that last little bit, and then we just need to check like, do I need to survey the field again? It will need fertilizer. Does it need lime? We'll need to do a round of weeding on it. And then that'll have the sugarcane all ready to rock and roll. And I believe it's March we replant the potatoes, I believe. And I think it's April for the canola. No, the canola's already replanted. It's April for the long grain rice, if I remember correctly. It's also one thing that surprises me, you know, people in those living arrangements where you're, you know, stacked that deep in an apartment, and people who manage to do, like, streaming and all that in those spaces. Because, like, you're sharing your internet with a lot of people, which can create all sorts of bandwidth technical issues. You know, that many people packed in, there's gonna be background noise, so when they actually manage it well, that's very impressive. Because, like, even without streaming stuff and all that, very much the amount of background noise you run into. And very understandably, if you're going to have like a roommate in the room with you trying to sleep and you're staying up trying to stream and all that, there's gonna be some, not abrasion, there's gonna be some issues there. Alright, I'm gonna take this over, I'm gonna clean up this little bit here, then drop this off. Nope, I turned the camera on when I meant to do this. And yeah, people do it. It's honestly one of those things that's kind of surprising is, not necessarily content creation. I actually would still highly discourage people try and pursue that as a way to make ends meet. then a lot of cases these days, it's far more economical instead of taking just a regular traditional job, that because of just how little, minimum wage is relative to buying power and all that, a lot of times it's better to just do an art or a craft and try and like sell it on Etsy or whatever, which is still freaking rough. But I remember sitting down with some younger friends and all that, and they had left the job they've been working. I was like, you gotta have this job, man. Like, you can't go without a job. And they actually broke down the numbers that with the shifts they were getting on their job, it was actually costing them more money to go to work than they were making working, because of the needing of like having the car and insurance and all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, oh, he sat down, walked through, and I was like, no, you're right. Like, in your shoes with what you've explained, I would come to the same result. That, okay, if I'm going to work and I come home each day and I'm only making a couple of bucks here and there, and then I gotta pay for car insurance and gas and maybe a car payment and all that to be able to get to work, there's not a way to make the math. And so that person had got into, I think, he actually did relatively well for himself. He was making chainmail, because you could get the metal rings for making chainmail like very, very cheap. Like, just get a giant bag of them and just spend long hours with pairs of pliers just linking them all together to make, whatever chainmail thing people wanted. Could you, like, work with me here? There you go. And so, as well as things like he would spend weeks and weeks on a piece, but he would sell it for several $100. That took a while to get to that point. And plus there is cost. I mean, while those metal links were cheap, they weren't free. I had here somewhere where I did chainmail stuff for a while, just as a craft or whatever, not because I actually care about it or whatever. And it was neat to do, and incredibly tedious. Never did finish it. One of those things, put in a bunch of time, ADHD brain went, okay, I'm done with this, and then we were done with this. I no longer desire this stimulation. I want something new. This thing is not new anymore, and therefore is dead to me. Thanks, brain. Appreciate. Real team player there. Alright, so we got you all fixed. Let's park this up, drop off the sugarcane. Then we're going to go see what the situation is with that field so far as, like, do I need to lime it? All that stuff. Do I need to survey it? Yada yada. Okay, so we don't need to survey it. The liming looks pretty good. It's between good and perfect, which is solid. So we're gonna need to do a round of fertilizer and a round of hoeing it to get rid of the weeds, and then we should be good. So let's drop off. We got half a load of sugarcane here, and that'll be that field prepped. And once all that's said and done, we're good to go for the next thing. And thank you for everyone who's been hanging out and all that good stuff. If you aren't already following the channel and you have been enjoying the content, don't forget to drop that follow. That is kind of how you find your way back here in the future. It is a thing that I'm actually pretty bad about asking people to do during streams and all that. And I can tell you it's not been a huge number, I don't want to like overstate it, but there's been a decent number of times where someone's come back and be like, oh, I finally found you again. Like, I forgot to follow you the last time. And like I've 100% done that as well. It's like, oh crap, who did that person raid out to? I really liked what they were doing and completely forgot to follow them. You know, or it's those things like they end up raiding into someone else before you follow them. You're like, ah, crap. Now I gotta backtrack and figure out who they were. It happens. Okay. You can drop off the trailer. And I believe I've been leaving the fertilizer wagon over there. Let's grab that. Okay, so that's one of the two crops that takes the longest for me to process. Oh, we can turn you back to normal speed. I must have had it set to halftime because of harvesting and worrying about rain or whatever. I'd say at one point you maxed out your follows. I mean, I had no idea why your follows weren't working. I didn't know you could max out your follows. I've never heard of that before. Because I figure it's got to be a really big number. Like a really big number. Like, don't get me wrong. You get to the point where you get enough follows going on that you have like the whole like side of your bar there can get kind of annoying to try and look over. It's just too like rough to deal with. So you're trying to like catch the people you want to actually see out of the noise because you just follow too many. For me though, even then I usually don't unfollow. For me to unfollow, that's usually a conscious decision that I don't want to interact with this person again in the future. It's only been a couple of times I've gone out of my way to just not follow someone. I won't say names because that's not the point. But, like, I had one person I stopped following because, like, you know, I had followed them, and there's always a channel that, like, I didn't watch a lot of them, but every once in a while they'd come up, I was like, yeah, I'll watch their stream or whatever. And, they were just leaning more and more into, like, for me at least, in the content I like, just way too much just chaos. They had turned like the TTS on, and they were not a small channel, and so they did nothing to really police their TTS or anything like that. And so watching their channel was like, the helicopter goes, you know, the motorcycle goes, like just all TTS things. And it would be hours of that, like non-stop, overlapping hours. This is like, I'm sorry. No, man. And the, and that wasn't, like, that was enough that I wasn't watching them anymore. And then they had some hot takes that, they weren't, like, straight up problematic. Like, you know, they didn't just sit there and, like, drop some racist slurs or something. But they had a lot of hot takes. You're like, that's definitely in the ignorant kind of, like, effed up dude. Like, I know you don't mean it, but, like, this is happening a little too much. And it just kind of got off-putting. So it's like, that's one that is kind of like, you know what, I just don't want to be around this person anymore. Like, kind of genuinely got me into the, like, you know what, no, I'm not coming back here, so let me just unfollow that. And then the other one, I've told the story before, that, you know, this is a person I used to raid, not often, but on the occasion or whatever, you know, doing stuff like Project Zomboid or whatever, and seemed well enough, and I was lurking their stream one time, because, you know, there would be one that you would raid them and then thank you or whatever, that's all fine. Like, they didn't typically do shoutouts, but, like, that's not why I raid people. You know, obviously I appreciate when it happens, whatever. But I was lurking one time, so they clearly didn't. At least I don't think they knew I was there, because otherwise that'd be even more jacked up. But like, you know, they're getting ready to wrap up stream, and one person's like, "Oh, you know, like we're all rated over to you. Who are you going to be rating out to?" And the guy made a comment like, "Oh, why would I rate at someone? Like, why would I give my audience to someone else? That's stupid. Only idiots do that kind of thing." And it wasn't, you know, like Kappa sarcasm, where it's like he dead serious meant it. And it was kind of one of those things where like, all right, you know, and I could have made a big stink, like, you know, like stirred the pot or whatever, but it's like, you know, that's not what I want to do or whatever. So it's just kind of one of those things like went on to the admin section on so we have like an admin channel at the Discord that, you know, it's where like when me and the moderators have to sit there and be like, all right, you know, here we got this thing going on, like let's keep an eye on it. Oh, you know, this person's been saying this, like, you know, obviously when stuff's like very clear, like bans and timeouts just happen. And it was definitely one of those things that was like very, very genuinely is like, yeah, we don't raid this person anymore. We don't shout them out anymore. Like this person that's like, this is their mentality, that's everything zero sum. And that like, you know, anything you do for another creator is at your own expense or whatever. It's like, yeah, clearly that means they're totally okay with, you know, taking advantage of me, you know, being kind to them. So yeah, absolutely not shouting this person out or whatever. The only one you ever unfollowed started having some daily emergency needing donations and talking about their new Lego set or whatever. Oh yeah, that's like I get, you know, stuff happens and you try and both, like, you do what you gotta do to get your bills paid and all that. It's very off-putting for me when someone's like, hey man, just had this emergency, if people could donate and all that, and I get why you do it, like, I don't hold it against them. But like, even for me, it'd be like, hey, you know what, I could, like, you know, times are tough or whatever. Sure. And if it's like a one-off, I get it. Like, I won't do that. But at the same time, when you can definitely see there's some money mismanagement happening and that stuff happening, it's really quick, it's off-putting. Where you're like, you're making me have to give up my own things to throw money your way to help you out because you can't help yourself. And again, most of the times I've seen people be like, hey man, I just had a really bad car situation, I need a little help. Like, it's genuinely, I think it's legit. Like, they are not mismanaging money, things are hard. But there's definitely been those ones or two that I've seen that. That's a sentiment you can get behind, although you can only meet 50% of the criteria. Your hot take, I'm hot, you take things. Yeah, but yeah, so the second one is the one like I unfollowed. It's like, yeah, this is one that we're not doing that. I get both end up going bigoted. One who was the first person you came out to. That sucks. Yeah, I've been fortunate so far as people I've followed. I haven't had too many who have, like, you know, ended up having like not so great, like, hot takes, you know, sexist, racist, whatever. I haven't run into too much of that, thankfully. Like, I've definitely seen people. Usually I'm fortunate enough that, like, a lot of people don't put the filter on, so there's not a whole lot of having to worry about it. Yeah, let's see, you think you might be brutal with unfollows, but if some things bring you irritation instead of joy, why would you enjoy? Oh no, absolutely. You are absolutely correct with that, Liam. That's the thing. Most of the time what ends up happening is I'll follow someone and it'll either, one, I'll enjoy their content, I'll keep checking it out, or two, like, if it's just not, because it's a difference between, like, it annoys me versus, like, you know, it's just not grabbing my attention. Like, if they're playing a game that I'm just not interested in or whatever. Like that kind of thing. But yeah, like, that was the thing, like, the one I'm like, oh, this is really kind of annoying that was one that, like, the moment it started to annoy me, it was definitely one where it's like, okay, we're not, like, I'm not, like, it's not a one-off, because there's definitely times where people do stuff, and, you know, you're like, okay, this is a one-off stream that, you know, wasn't my bag, sure enough. This person for one stream is doing something I really don't care for, and we're not talking about, like, not care for as in problematic, not care for as in just another thing, it's just whatever. But yeah, that was definitely a thing where, like, no, I'm making the active decision that I'm not enjoying this, and therefore I'm not coming back. But yeah, I haven't had to unfollow too many people. Most of the people who probably ended up having problematic thing, you just look and you're like, oh, this account's gone now. Okay, I guess I won't have to worry about unfollowing, they're just gone. But you saw a streamer that was complaining about a recent Starfield update being like, they didn't change anything while refusing to engage with the core feature of the update. Yeah, it's easy to get into those kind of situations. Like, it's annoying when that happens, like when someone's doing that. I'm probably guilty of doing a little bit of that kind of stuff, being where it's like, oh, this is a core part of this game. It's like, well, I don't like that thing. You're like, oh, okay. Oh, Subnautica 2, 1, I don't own it. 2, I'm probably gonna go ahead and wait till it's not everyone on Twitch playing it. Because, like, for me right now, we have, like, the different reasons I might stream a game. 1, I particularly enjoy the game and I want to play it. I fully expect Subnautica 2 will be in that. And, the issue, though, is it's early access. So, sure, I might enjoy it, but I can't finish it, which is gonna really, really undermine my enjoyment of it, because I'll start and not be able to, like, see it through. What are you doing? Right now, I am hoeing the field. Basically, I'm going through and I'm cleaning it up so that weeds don't grow through it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like, when I see a content creator who's being antagonistic towards, like, LGBTQIA+, or, you know, sexist or whatever, like, I honestly have a pretty low tolerance for a lot of that stuff. That if I see someone doing that kind of thing, I'll usually bail pretty fast. Like, that's also, what if it's like Project Zomboid never out of early access? I guess I'll just never play it. Nah, I'm teasing. But basically, where I was going with that, Luxray, is, broadly speaking, the 2 reasons I would consider is, 1, it, you know, potentially is, like, strategically worth me doing. I would argue it's very not right now, because everyone and their sister is playing right now. Like, genuinely, I looked the other day, and if I had streamed it and had, like, pulled off, like, kind of the max of my normal numbers, I would have been about 8 pages down on the games page. If I was on the lower end, it would have been closer to 13 pages down, which means 0 people are finding it through the games page. And then it's early access, so, like, it's not that I don't want to play, it's just not a priority for me. Like, from what I've seen, it looks really good, and I definitely intend to play it at some point. And probably while it is early access, I will give it a try, but I'm gonna wait till it's nowhere near as busy on Twitch, because, like, again, from the strategic side, it makes no sense for me, in the current situation. And for the, you know, I want it brings me joy, it's going to be a little bit frustrating, because I'm going to go and play and be like, this is really awesome, that I don't get to finish now. So, it's definitely one of those ones I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to wait until, you know, it makes more sense. And also, yeah, I haven't been playing much Project Zomboid these days. I still enjoy the game, but Build 42 has left me a bit disappointed. Also, you're playing, you don't want spoilers. Right. And that's another thing. Strategically speaking, if 90+% of Twitch is playing a game, you've got 2 choices. You can jump on the bandwagon and try and compete in that space, and that can make sense. I've certainly done that in games past at times. Or you can go the other direction and deliberately not play it. So that way everyone who's trying to avoid spoilers, it's just not a game they're interested in, or whatever, you are the place they can go to not be in that one thing. And I'm choosing the second category. But yeah, so it's not that I won't play Subnautica 2. I'm not being like, I'm not playing it because whatever. Like when we have, Gen AI nonsense or whatever, I'm like, yeah, well, I won't play that. Subnautica 2, I haven't seen anything that would make me not play it. I very, very much have enjoyed the first and second one on stream. But being that's early access and it's a very oversaturated category, it's just not the time. But you find that 90/95% of streamers just want to be kind and don't preach hate or bigoted views. Certainly not intentionally. But then there's a few obviously obnoxious or just ignorant that don't see as your place to educate, and that's totally fair. What I was actually going to say is, like, there's definitely times, and this is something that does happen. Sometimes you wish block receiving gifts wasn't tied to following. I was not aware that was a thing. But yeah, so when it comes to, like, stuff that happens, I make it a point that, like, if you look at the rules on the channel and the rules on Discord and everything, I usually will give, like, some comment along the signs being like, hey, we don't tolerate any type of, like, hate speech or anything like that. And it is a thing that I make it a point on the Discord rules to very specifically say, if you do have someone who harasses you on this, like, in this community, outside of this community, let us know. I'm not someone who believes, like, oh no, the thing has to happen here. Like, case in point, hanging out on Ultra Stream yesterday, we had a individual as being particularly sexist. And Ultra gave them several attempts to be like, hey, this is kind of hurtful what you're saying because of this, do you understand, like, why this is a problem? Like, not explicitly asking for an apology or anything, but being like, hey, could we not? And the person, like, doubled and tripled down. Everyone, like, kick me if you have to, freedom of speech or whatever. And that person got banned. And she showed a lot more patience than I would. And I immediately banned them from this channel too, because I had seen they had tuned in a number of times, and I'm like, hey man, this incredibly, like, awful sexist take, that's not welcome here. Doesn't matter that didn't happen here. That's not someone I want in my community. And the way I kind of justify that is, like, I mean, one, it's my channel, I do what I want. But also on top of that, like, if you see someone, like, you're like, say you run a retail store, and you see someone go into someone else's retail store and shoplift, and, they kick them out. You could, A, be like, alright, well, if they come by, that's fine, whatever. Or two, you'd be like, well, I just saw this person shoplifts, and they were just shoplifting in this our store. They didn't show, like, they didn't cry or didn't apologize. They'd be like, oh, I was desperate. Like, they're like, oh, well, F you, and, like, walked off. I'd be like, alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and then just say, like, yeah, that person's not allowed in my store either, because they clearly are going to shoplift because they don't care. Freedom of speech also doesn't mean freedom of given a platform. Exactly. And it's just all those things. And yeah, it didn't happen there. I did have, like, once or twice that I have shared ban list with a lot of people. And all that means is when someone pops in who's banned in one of those other channels, it'll pop and be like, hey, just so you know, this person's banned on this other channel. And they'll also have what's called a mod note. It'll be like, this person's banned this other channel, mod note, sexist comments, or whatever it is. Ignoring boundaries, backseating, like, whatever it is. And seeing stuff like that, unless what's written there is, like, particularly egregious, seeing stuff like that doesn't inherently make me go, okay, like, immediately ban them. But it does mean, like, I'm gonna kind of keep a closer eye and be like, alright, are what they saying something I gotta be ready to nip in the bud, like, what's going on here? Like, for those outside the US, even here, you'll have people be like, freedom of speech. It's like that literally only applies between you and the government. Like, completely irrelevant that, the government can't intervene and all that stuff. And there's borderline stuff where it's like, okay, well, this is, you know, someone who contracts with the government, so they're not technically the government, but because of the attachment with the government, there's kind of an overlap there. But completely and utterly irrelevant on stuff like Twitch and Twitter and Reddit and whatever, where if you say something and people don't like it, they can show you the door, and they have done nothing to violate any of your rights. Let's see. Let's see, did you have to drive, that path once in the field, or does the AI helper calculate everything on its own? It's been 1.5. They'll handle it on their own. As long as you've got a field, it just works. That's what I meant by not giving a platform. Right. That's exactly kind of the thing. Yeah, to be clear, we don't... I'm going to deny that one, Duck. We do not say, like, any individual politician or political party. We're not a strictly no politics channel, but we do leave any, like, specific laws, individuals, parties out, because in my experience, once someone says, like, the name of a party or whatever, people stop using their gray matter and go, you said a bad thing about the thing I identify as, and therefore I need to stop being a reasonable person to talk to. And I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get the idea. Yeah, it's the like, because we certainly have conversations, like, when we play these games like Hard Space Shipbreaker, we get into conversations around company towns, and those, historically, you would call that very political. It's literally where, like, unionization was born of on a larger scale here in the U.S., and was a very hot-button issue at the time, and yada yada. So there's a political nature to that. At the same time, I don't think there's many people nowadays who'd be like, oh, those company towns, those were great. You remember dragging everyone out to the coal mine and then leaving them there? And if they tried to leave, they would, you know, die in the wilderness because there's no way to get back home because it was too far to walk? Oh, them good times. Them good times. Real shame that went away. Real shame that was. So it's like, you know, it's just one of those things where, like, you know, if we talk about, like, people being displaced, and all that, generally speaking, the only people you have pushed back on that are the kind of people like, hang on, all right, here, let me just slip you right out this door, because, clearly one of those ones that, you know, you just want to watch the world burn as long as you're not the part that's burning. Sometimes also called topics not welcome at Thanksgiving dinner. Man, I don't know what Thanksgiving dinner you went to. With my extended family, those time bombs are always there. Because it's what you talk about. I mean, when you're dealing with your day-to-day life, your choices are, one, is you can play it safe and, you know, talk about nothing anybody cares about. Or you can be like, oh man, you know, like, what is current events? All current events in some flavor are going to be considered political. And yeah. Counter argument: topics to bring up at Thanksgiving to go home faster as soon as you're done with dinner. Yeah, no, we didn't have that. We had one of my uncles. We would was very politically outspoken, and I'm not one to back down either, but would definitely there was a number of times he would say stuff and just kind of get dogpiled on. Like, when we were younger, we're like, haha, like, we'll just leave this alone. Like, it's just really awkward now that, you know, Uncle's talking about this stuff. It's really a little uncomfortable, but, like, you know, do not engage. And then it was around the time that a bunch of us started hitting high school age and started becoming a little bit more aware of what was going on in the world. That he would have his hot takes and all that. And he'd be like, oh no. No, we're not letting that go, and we're not letting that slide. And just kind of dogpiled him. Remember Discord we were in, you thought exercise type thing? What would you do if you had infinite money? And I'm like, I would crash the economies and got timed out for being political. I mean, you know what? I find that a funny joke. I could also see a mod getting ahead of that and be like, slam those brakes right here. Like, this can of worms is flying open. Let's real quickly reel that one in. I find it funny. I would not personally feel a need to mod and all that. Yeah, that's fine. Like whether it's the mod, like the server owner or a mod or whatever. I could definitely see though where someone's like, oh no, like, not that the individual comment was a problem or whatever, but like, you're gonna be like, crash the economy, and then someone's gonna be like, well, I'm gonna do it, you know, the escalation kind of thing. I could see taking that stance and being like, well, let's just real quickly dodge that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like I said, I would probably find that funny. You didn't say I would. You said someone having infinite money would do so. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, that's being a little pan. Like, that's being a little much. And Tomix discussed to not get invited back next year. I would assume the point of the post is more, what would you buy, not how it would cause an economic crisis. Yeah. Yep. And it can also even be like, yeah, they put it as like too political. You can also have situations where it's like, this is probably a perfectly fine question, but you know, it happens to land at a time where like, you know, they just got like the foreclosure notice on their mortgage or whatever, that they're just not in a place to have that. Now, granted, labeling as political, that would not match. But it could be totally fine for when someone's like, yeah, this is a thing that we don't need to touch. I would buy a Death Star. Unfortunately, we've already covered that can't be done. The amount of material required to do it is incapable of doing it. So anyone who took your money for the Death Star is just taking your money and walking away. Maybe putting some spit polish in a label. Pretending to go. Hand out $1 trillion to everyone who didn't already have $1 billion. There you go. Just buys like literally all the stock in the world. Why there not be another outer space? I'll let you hear on a little secret pulverizer. How successfully have we been at retrieving any meaningful amount of matter from anywhere but Earth? Here's a hint. You can weigh it in single to double digit pounds. Versus the trillion's probably not a big enough number. Trillions of pounds you would need to make something the size of a small moon. So it's like, yes, there's the theory that, yeah, we could go and mine asteroids and all that sort of stuff. Even then, even mining asteroids and all that, getting the right materials, there was a whole thing where they, You mean how successful they've been so far? Right, but if you're just, like, laying down a down payment on a Death Star, you're getting okey-doked. You're getting scammed, conned, and taken advantage of. There is not a reality. So, for the record, here in the US, we actually did a study to see what it would take. And when I say the Death Star, we don't mean like the super laser, I think, but to make an artificial station the size of a small moon. That there was a whole thing around that being like, just, it was a gag exercise to kind of get people used to working together and planning out big projects. So like, it wasn't a serious thing. but just being like, okay, to make a Death Star, like, what would it take? And I believe from what they found, of the types of materials we would need to make a Death Star, as like, you know, Star Wars style Death Star, not just a object or whatever that you could potentially fly. You wouldn't just need material in general. Okay, you would need specific like metals and all these kind of things, and that very genuinely, inside our solar system, we do not believe we have those metals in sufficient capacity to make a man-made moon-sized station. Like, sure, there's the other planets like Mars and Mercury and Venus that do have metals, but they're not in sufficient quantities to accomplish the goal. Because when you go to Jupiter and that, it doesn't have, as far as we can tell, we don't have those metals in Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus and Neptune and all that. And the asteroid belt, while it's large, doesn't have the same minerals that the inner ones do. It has a lot of the metals and all that, but not necessarily the same distribution. And so there was a whole thing, and people made a whole big sting. It's like, why are you wasting your resources doing this calculation that literally serves no purpose? And it's like, you know, this is one of the ways you train for exercises. You don't want our people learning on stuff that we really have to get right. It's the same reason why people got in a whole big fuss when they were like, oh yeah, emergency services came up with a plan for the zombie apocalypse. And they're like, why are you wasting resources? We already know the zombie apocalypse just isn't a real thing to worry about. And it's like, okay, right. The point wasn't to get the actual result. The point was to get exercises of having your different departments communicate together and work together on something where you can kind of get everyone moving in the same direction before you need to do it on something urgent. And also, with the emergency services ones, they're like, okay, Yellowstone supervolcano goes up, here's your plan, you draw a line here, everyone on that side's dead now. That's a very soul-sucking exercise, where you're like, okay, this is a legitimate thing that could happen, and I have just made the unilateral decision that we have written off, like, 80% of the population, because to save the other 20% that's necessary. And it's like, that is one of those exercises you finish and you don't feel good about. Everything feels awful. So when you're doing something like, oh, you know, zombie apocalypse, which is a completely fictional thing that cannot happen in the real world, you can just kind of go, yeah, it doesn't, like, these numbers don't matter because it's never going to happen. Okay, so we're going to go to March, and that's when you do potatoes. Yeah, was that when the U.S. introduced those online platforms so people could vote on suggestions, and they ended up asking the government for a Death Star or something like that? Yeah. That was the thing, is they put that exercise, or they put that forward as like a gag, and then the government actually took the time to run the numbers, and that was what people complained about. It's like, why are you wasting time running the numbers? Like, this is a great exercise for us to have people practice. It's like, this is not a bad use of time. It's training time. Yeah, so we have the nitrogen bad. Right, so March I deal with this field. That field's fine. The canola is already planted and canolaing. You regret you weren't still in the Air Force when the Storm Area 51 thing happened? Friends still in said briefings were hilarious. Oh yeah, and you're like, how are we dealing with this? And you're like, I don't know, man. Like, how serious is this actually? There's a super volcano below the surface of the Pacific Ocean. There to kick off would make Mount St. Helens. Well, that's the Yellowstone supervolcano is like ending life as we know it on the planet. Not that all humanity would die, but like our way of life would end just then and there. Like, that would just be it. Like, pretty much half the U.S. and everything down, well, 2/3 of the U.S. and everything downwind basically is a write-off. Like, there's a reason there's been multiple books about, like, basically the end of the world and the Yellowstone supervolcano. Yeah, like, it would devastate about 2/3 to 3/4 of the U.S. a good chunk of Europe and Africa would also get devastated. And the best predictions we have is it would still cause significant harm all the way over to China and all that. From like the direct thing. We're not talking about like the blanket of the atmosphere causing an ice age or anything like that. Just the initial yeeting of ash into the atmosphere and dumping it down everywhere. It would be that far downwind you'd still be getting impacted. Like, it's terrifying. But that's the thing that when they come up with some of these disaster plans, they go, okay, this happens. What do we do? And you come up with the plan that you save the most life. And sometimes saving the most life ain't a big number. Sometimes saving the most life is the kind of thing you'd make that decision, you'd curl up into a little ball in the corner, knowing you did the right thing, and also you're never going to be okay with it. Kiss your loved ones goodbye? Yup. Yeah, you're in Utah. Oh yeah, I mean, Florida would also be done. Like I said, it's basically, I think it was everything east done. Considering Yellowstone where it's at. Yup. That's most of it. But again, instead of doing those exercises, which get done, but like, everyone goes home and then they, hug their children and kiss their spouses and go call a friend and have a conversation and just feel immensely mortal the next day and all that. Instead of all that, they do something silly. Even for the rest of us, the commerce would be done. Oh yeah, no, that's you would be put into a very rapid ice age. Like, it would be a mass extinction event, the scale of which the world has never seen. That's probably not true. It'd be up there. It would be a mass extinction event that would be very, very noteworthy. Hey, Luxray, don't call out people lurking. Treacle's fantastic and all that, but do not call out lurkers. Well, the Great Oxygenation Event, I mean, yes, it was a massive extinction event, but it wasn't like just suddenly all the oxygen was gone. Like, it had a building momentum. Yeah. Well, no, but that's the thing. If someone has not, I mean, unless Treacle said something in chat and I missed it. But like, if someone hasn't said anything in chat, we don't acknowledge they're there, not because we don't want to like be like whatever, but it's considered major faux pas. But that's known as calling out a lurker. That is like a major faux pas. Until someone's done something to like either talk or do a point redeem or something that they have opted themselves in, you don't like do that. Okay, it distracted me. Right, so we'll get to March. And March is when we do the potatoes, correct? I always forget this. Yeah, so March, that's self-plant, so we don't do that. And we do the potatoes. Dude, you thought streaming mods always get so? Oh, no. Like, we would... Like, that's the thing. If Treacle's hanging out here and says something, I'll almost always shout out Treacle. But, like, if someone's lurking, I won't shout them out while they're lurking. Unless it's relevant outside of them being here. Like, if for example, we're talking about, like, the spreadsheet that Treacle made, then it'd be totally fine to shout out Treacle, be like, hey, you know, this other creator made the spreadsheet, it's really awesome, check it out, here's a shout out for him. Contextually makes sense. Like, I wouldn't shout out someone else who's streaming again unless we were specifically talking about it. And it's not because, like, I don't want to share connection or whatever, but it is considered kind of a faux pas to just shout people out while they're lurking and that kind of stuff. Yep. No, I got you. It's just something to be aware. Because you're kind of outing someone when they're potentially doing something that, you know, being private, because you never know what people got going on. It's also like one of the things, like, at the beginning of stream, and this is just coming up because it's something I've been meaning to bring up. Like, before I have a chance to do the introduction or anything, and we're shouting people out, like, literally the credits are starting, we're shouting people out, it's like, give me a second. We can shout them out, but, like, give me 2 seconds to say hi first. Like, we obviously want to support all our creator friends, but, like, give me a moment. Like, during the stream, it's whatever, but, like, right at the beginning, like, the start screen comes up, I don't even get to say hi, and then suddenly there's the shout-out. It's like, alright, hang on, give me a minute. I appreciate the mods here are ready to blast off on the shout-outs, and that's appreciated. But, like, you know, from some of the stuff you've seen, Extinction Level event is the most, drastic estimates. The more real estimates are ecological devastation for a large portion of the continent, but not nuclear winter. Nuclear winter, according to science, would be multiple levels. Well, I don't think it's technically nuclear winter. Like, it would be an ice age, but not a nuclear winter, because there's nothing nuclear really about it. The issue with the Yellowstone supervolcano, from what we've seen so far as, like, the range of possibilities, is it would toss up enough ash at a very high elevation that it wouldn't come down for a very long time. And as a result of that, it would create a level of insulation that would prevent a lot of energy from getting in. So it doesn't mean we get, like, the full-blown ice age like that. Who knows? There's lots of models being tested for all that stuff to try and figure it out. The point is, you're talking a scale of event that would be very noteworthy. Kind of in the context of, like, when we had the meteor strike for wiping out the dinosaurs, it would be among that scale. Is what I've seen. Now, granted, that could be outdated information, that could be stuff that was, like, pushed farther and yada yada. But yeah, it's definitely a thing that, from everything we've seen predicted, like, it would be an extreme outlier of a problem. It'd be as, oh no, Pompeii was just a regular volcano. That's the catch. Yellowstone's a super volcano. The scale is dramatically different. The forces we're talking about are a whole different ballgame. Yeah, Pompeii's like spitting into the ocean by comparison. The scale of the Yellowstone supervolcano, like, that's the whole thing. They made a new term when they started finding these things because of the sheer scale of them. Yeah, we're still talking, like, just the physics part of the equation. Oh, what am I doing? I'm sitting like, why is this not working? Right, we're planting potatoes today. This is not the today work. This is like very soon work. I think this is actually technically April is when I do this. I'm getting ahead of myself. And again, I could be wrong, but everything that I've read with the supervolcano from people who work in geology and all that, they're like, oh yeah, no, this thing goes. Like again, it's not gonna like eradicate all life on Earth, like be the end of days, but it would be dire. Oh, I left it all the way over there. Okay. Like we had the big volcano go up in Iceland, and that volcano was a relatively small volcano by comparison to what we're talking. And that was bad enough it screwed with weather in Europe for a while. Pompeii was an event that gave volcanoes a name. Before then, Romans didn't know they existed. And so when it happened, they named it after Vulcan. They got in smiths, and said it was where his forges. Another Greek said, but the Greeks existed long enough to have, or at least cultural history explaining mountains. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying Pompeii wasn't a big deal either. But like Pompeii, you know, you're talking stuff like Helens and all that, with just really, really big, you know, was it pyroclastic volcano? Where the whole side of the mountain just suddenly blasts out into the sky and just dumps stuff everywhere nearby. Big boom volcano instead of like, you know, the Hawaiian volcanoes, which are usually more just kind of cracks and just goops out lava everywhere, which is bad enough in its own right. Oh, and people asked about this music earlier. I'm sorry. This is Rimworld playlist. Yeah. They're just kind of oozy volcanoes. They just kind of goop out a little bit. Versus like Helens was the same thing, where the mountain just started to expand to one side until, you know, it just went pop. But yeah, which is the same thing that Helens is doing, is it's just building up more and more and more pressure underground. But yeah. Supposedly the sound wave from Pompeii circled the Earth like 8 times. You're not sure how they know that. They probably don't. Those are the types of statistics when you hear, you should just, like, a big old basket of grains of salt. And this is potatoes that need to cultivate the field. That Lilo and Stitch cartoon episode where Jumba had made a lava experiment and a water experiment, they thought if they would blow up the planet they met. Nope, just land. Yep. Yeah, no, a lot of times when you hear those like kind of quoted things, usually those come from one of two places. One, someone just made it up. Or two, someone will hear someone who is knowledgeable say something out of context, and then try, you know, in their attempt to, well, not even necessarily out of context. We can be a little bit more fair about this. You'll have someone who's trying to explain something to someone, but taking it from, like, the higher scientific level down to, like, you know, a more layman's understanding. And in doing so, you start getting stuff that's not quite right. And then the person who's hearing it, getting this, repeats it, and again, you know, it goes through like that telephone game. Only you're trying to talk like science. Let's see, Pompeii is estimated to be between 1,000 and 2,500 times smaller than Yellowstone. That's all done in models, as it's been 640,000 years since Yellowstone got angry. Right. Like, and that's the thing. We obviously don't know exactly what would happen if Yellowstone went up. There are models that be like, hey, it is not as dire, which is fair, but there's a lot of the models like, no, this is actually pretty scary. The last time this thing went, it was a big deal. You know, last time it went, there were a lot of things that were here that weren't here anymore. Oh yeah. Yep, I mean, like, that's the thing. The Yellowstone supervolcano, most of the US is completely screwed. A lot of Europe is completely screwed. Parts of North Africa are screwed. And then once you start getting out from there, then like it depends. Now, granted, you'll have people cause like, oh, it's due to go any day now. We're overdue, and they're like, well, actually, based on our models, you know, we're not in the due range, and that range of due is literally hundreds of like tens to hundreds of thousands of years. So you know, due is very relative. That's for those who've read the Bobaverse books, which are pretty fun books, very much just if you want a series that just they go 80s 90s like nostalgia, here's a big mount, I'm just gonna hit that nostalgia button again and again, but like, you know, pseudoscience, sci-fi, whatever, we're overdue plus or minus 100,000 years. Yeah, overdue is a very wide range. But just, you know, want someone to just mash that nostalgia button again. Really good book. But I'm blanking on the name of it, but that same author has another series. But the entire premise of the other series is Yellowstone supervolcano goes off. And there's a bunch of college students, and they have been working on a prototype portal. So, like, think Sliders, for those who remember that show. You know, where you could go in the portal and you go to an alternate reality. And so, you know, desperate to try and save themselves and as many people as possible, they're like, yo, we got this prototype portal going, let's go through the portal. Like, this place right here, because I think that's in, like, California or whatever that they're at the time. It's like, this place we're standing here, you know, where this thing is gonna go boom, and it's gonna dump ash here. It's about to be a very unhealthy place to be. We got the portal. And it's basically just a hand-waving bunch of excuse for taking a bunch of college kids and a couple of adults, hucking them into, you know, the wilderness and being like, survive, suckers. With, you know, sci-fi overtones. And then, you know, some sliders, multiverse, you know, shenanigans. But it was very enjoyable. It was a series. It didn't seem like the author stuck with it super long. Like he did a couple of books, and he hasn't done anything new with it for a while, I believe. But it's also been true of like the Bobaverse books. He did several Bobaverse books, and then kind of put them on pause. Quantum Earth sounds right. That does sound like the name. If it's by the same author as the guy who makes Bobaverse, then you're on the right. Like then it's the right one. But yeah, so it's got a good series, and a lot of it kind of tackles, like, you know, you've got a bunch of hopeful, perhaps idealistic college kids now have, like, they're basically effectively starting a colony on an alternate world, and, you know, mayhaps a bunch of rando college kids, while well-meaning, might not necessarily be the best suited for building a society from scratch. Remember a book where Yellowstone blew, and it was a post-apocalyptic story? I think you remember most is the things are called Flingser gangs. Weird. It is, and one book each from 2015 and 2023. Yeah. Like, I enjoy a lot of the kind of thought experiments that some of that stuff puts up. But like I said, to me, it's like all of this setup, I'm like, all this is to say, hey, if we just, you know, if we just went to, like, UCLA or Berkeley and just grabbed a bunch of, you know, kids, a janitor, and said, okay, make a colony, that's what the book setup was for.
I'm heading to bed, you guys.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Stay handsome.
Probably.
Yeah?
I mean, considering the sleep I've had for the last couple of days, probably.
Love.
Love. One thing is the act of removing the skin as part of the butchering process, and they didn't target our animals. Nice. I do. Yeah, she pops in and out pretty quick. Alright. Yeah, no, it was like... Yesterday I had to wake up really early because I had to drop by the dentist for a dentist appointment, as well as take my car into the shop to get worked on. Its AC's not working, and the check engine light came on, and it's like, crap. No idea what's going on with it yet. They're not going to get a chance to look at it till, Monday. I was like, that's fine. And then I had to stay up really late because there was something I had to get done, before today. So I stayed up way later than I normally do, doing a bunch of, like, editing and all sorts of stuff. And then after that, me and Toom had to wake up earlier today for a thing that I can't say without doxing myself, but a fun thing. We'll just leave it as a fun thing. It was a fun thing that was local, but it meant I had to wake up early again. And so, very genuinely, it's like, yeah, I have not gotten a whole lot of sleep in, like, 2 full days. I was starting to worry a little bit when we were on, when I was like we were like kind of fast forwarding in Hotel Architect to finish that map out. Not like towards the very end, but there was a part there where like I had a lot of debt and it's just taking a while to pay it off. That I could really feel myself kind of flagging so far as energy, and I was like, oh no, like we're only 3 hours into the stream, like if I'm flagging now, I ain't making it to the end. I'm doing good now. But it was definitely when we were kind of just sitting there like hurry up and wait that I was like, oh no. Oh no, these human batteries are on very empty. Alright, 1 second. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna just go ahead and put this over to AI worker, and we'll see how it goes. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I just need to use the restroom and all that. I'm gonna stretch my legs as well, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay. Do you prefer onions more than garlic? Ooh, that is a question. Ah. If I had to choose between the two, probably onions. Both are excellent, and I would say generally I would like garlic more, but it would also say onion I can do more things with that I care about. Like, I can't make good Mexican food without onion. I can make good Mexican food without garlic. Alright, let's go ahead and switch back to steering assist. Does Kool-Aid actually make a squirt bottle? I believe they have, like, the squirted flavors or whatever. Is it like both onions and garlic together? Is that an option? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Onions and garlic can absolutely go together in real life. There's a lot of seasonings that put onion and garlic together. But yeah, no, my thought was like, okay, I really like garlic, to be fair. Specifically with Mexican food and seafood, I think I would feel the missing of garlic the most. Or sorry, not Mexican. Italian food and seafood, I would miss garlic the most. A lot of the other things I would say are very much improved with garlic, like when you make chili and you add garlic to it, that's certainly better. But if you remove the garlic, it's still really good. I do feel like removing garlic would make some seafood just really an empty hollow shell of what you'd otherwise expect. Between onions and garlic, you prefer garlic? It's much more versatile. See, I would make the argument the other way around. I would say the onion's more versatile. Like, don't get me wrong, garlic you can put with almost anything. So I guess it depends on how you want to say versatile. You like your onions a specific way, otherwise you don't like eating it? Ah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Like if you're picky about your onions or you have a very strong preference, that could definitely be a thing. For me, my thought was, again, there's definitely places I would say garlic really helps. Italian food is like a big one. Seafood's another one. A lot of soups are helped with garlic. Like there's definitely a lot of room for garlic. A lot of spicy stuff has a heavy, has a garlic base to it. Like, don't get me wrong, I would be real sad to give up garlic. But at the same time, like, Mexican food with no onions is just real sad a lot of the time. Not always. There's some stuff that can go without onions and be good. But there's definitely a lot of stuff. Like, if I'm going and I'm having stuff that would normally come with pico de gallo, and I don't have onions, I am having a sad time. Pico de gallo without onions is just sad. It needs that bite. If it's just tomato and like, because pico de gallo without onions is like what? Tomato, maybe cilantro, maybe salt. You basically have salted tomato, but then you add, your onion in there, and you get all mixed up and everything, and you've got, different textures and flavors and all that. Like, a lot of your more authentic tacos will have onion in there. Like if you're doing like a street taco style taco, you usually have like your protein. You might have something like a crumbly cheese or a lettuce. Or not necessarily lettuce, sorry. You have like a crumbly cheese, and usually it's like cabbage or whatever. Maybe you'll have onions in there quite often. Onions and cilantro on a protein is a very common street taco for authentic stuff. But again, you remove that onion, and now you got a tortilla shell or a hard shell, some kind of protein, and maybe some crumbly cheese. That's not bad, but it sure isn't anywhere near as interesting. And you go for a good like salsa, from like a picante salsa or whatever. It's got a lot of onion in there too. So it's definitely one of those things that like Mexican food and ditching the onion really takes it back. Yeah, that was the one I was gonna say, as the seafood would be one of the hard ones, because a lot of seafood you know, it's seafood plus garlic butter. Um, the garlic butter, giving that up on seafood is a pretty hard miss. It definitely feels like a lot of your things, like you're not going to do a seafood boil, that's basically going to be garlic and butter there. You're probably not doing crab legs or prawns, that's garlic and butter. A lot of the way people do like clams and mussels is garlic and butter. Shrimp you can do, because you can do cocktail sauce, and that's horseradish instead of garlic. Oh, I know at one point you used to be able to get like a bottle of Kool-Aid, like where it's already mixed, like not concentrate, but like already mixed. You can also get like little things of Kool-Aid that are concentrate bottles too. They're like little flavor bottles. I know, because Drongo tried to mix that in his mouth, and it was horrifying. It is possibly the most emotive I have ever seen Drongo, who is not a particularly not emotive person or anything. I legit was like, oh no, he didn't. Please. You don't understand. I'm just glad that didn't hurt him in any way or anything. Well, it's not only the sour, like he literally took the bottle, the liquid bottle, and went like this and went, and then tried to chase it with a bottle of water because he didn't have something to do it right there. And you know, he went for it, and I was like, oh no, man, you don't put that much. It doesn't need much. Yeah. And it's like, you know, it was his first time making it and all that. Yeah, we don't need you to link every product. They're all gonna be you know, messed up links and all that. Especially WebP. Gross. A mouthful of water is like maybe 2 drops. Oh yeah, and he just went squeeze. Like it was like, to his credit, it was ambitious, but yeah. WebP? Yeah, look. Format, it's :format WebP. It is a WebP image. So while it's a JPEG, it's going to be wrapped in a WebP, which means it's hard to interact with without being a huge pain. It's fine for what you're doing, to be clear. This is me just grumbling that when I go to take, you know, an image from something, it's like, oh yeah, so I need this image for this thing, and you grab the image and it's a WebP, and you're like, ah, oh, come on. So just, and you can still get it, it's just a whole extra bunch of steps. You're like, just want to freaking... Oh, WebP? Oh, you're talking about the product. Yeah. I don't know, I didn't look what it was. I'm assuming it's the little Kool-Aid bottles that you spray into, you know, water. We also have like the Kool-Aid packets. You don't see the Kool-Aid packets hardly anymore. They still sell them. But like, I don't think that many people buy the Kool-Aid packets. They get like the little flavored bottles and just squirt it into whatever. It's just much lower effort. Also, while I was on break, because I don't have to do like any weird schedule stuff the next day, you know, it's just like, it's like, hey, do we want to go out someplace, like actually like go out and grab dinner or something like that tomorrow? Or not dinner, but like, I call it dinner, but it's like early dinner, late lunch, just because of schedule stuff. It's like, do we want to go like out? Like, you know, you've been working a crap ton of overtime. I've been like up to my eyeballs in work. We have a day that neither of us have any urgent things going on. We just want to get some, like, do something nice. I'm really hoping I'm very hungry tomorrow. I'm really hoping I'm very hungry tomorrow. Because there's a hot pot place. I've got a gift card for him for Christmas. I think it was... Oh, it actually might have been for my birthday. Either way, I've got a gift card. It doesn't matter. I know who gave it to me. I just don't remember why. So far as, like, what thing. Oh, yeah. Can you name stories you've seen them in? You mean the Kool-Aid packets? Yeah, because you'd be, what, would be like, Goosebumps? That kind of thing? Some memory menus are excellent. Yeah, no, like, stories that have those in. Yeah, no, my older brother got a hold of some MREs once upon a time, and, yeah. There's definitely with those MREs, there's definitely when you're like, okay, like, you know, I wouldn't say any of them was like, oh, this is great. I was like, okay, this is like a complete, like, I would not be upset eating this. And then there's some you're like, oh, this is awful. This is appalling. But there was something like, yeah, it's a perfectly fine thing. It's like getting cafeteria food. There's a lot of cafeteria food you're getting like, yeah, no one's winning any awards with this thing, but like, you know, it's perfectly edible. I'm not having a bad time. But yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, to me, the ones I saw that looked quote unquote good or whatever. Like it's like in the quality of like cafeteria food. Like it's made well. It would taste fine. Like all that stuff. You know, maybe the texture's not what you're aiming for, but like you're dealing with something that, you know, there is an additional purpose beyond just eating. In that case, it's storage versus, you know, cafeteria food. It's about scale. You had Southwest style beef, beans kind of chili, and meat was actually chunks of beef, not ground beef. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. Like, you can get them where you're like, this is good. Like, you know, you wouldn't call it, it's kind of things like things tasting good versus being good quality. Like, you go to Taco Bell, and no one goes to Taco Bell and be like, oh yeah, this is a premium taco, top notch, greatest quality ever. But you can be like, look man, I know I'm eating basically D quality meat, but low-key you put the sauce on it, still kind of slaps. The quality here is a solid D, maybe D plus, but like it's nummy. Versus like when you look at Emery, obviously the quality, we're not talking like nutritionally or whatever, but you look at like the MRE, like again the shelf life is a major aspect that you care about, and it'd be kind of that same thing. Where like, okay, like if I went to a restaurant and someone, you know, took what was in this MRE and put it on my plate, I'll be like, oh, okay. Like, I'm a little disappointed, not in the taste, but like, you know, the presentation just not great. Like, it's gonna be a little weird, it's gonna be, you know, potentially a little bit more salty or whatever. Like, it'll still taste really good. But like, you would notice if you had like the MRE version and then like the freshly cooked version, you would notice little differences in the texture and whatnot. At least that was what I ran into. Depends on what kind of MRE you're talking about. Emergency rations come from blocks of compressed powder. Oh no, yeah, if you're talking that thing where it's just like nutrients in a brick, no, those are terrible. Every one of those ones that are like nutrients in a brick are absolutely awful. You know, obviously it beats dying a little, kind of. But like those things are awful. We have some of those downstairs. I have a lot of disaster preparedness stuff. So like, I genuinely have right here. I genuinely have a bug out bag for like hurricane stuff and all that. And it does have MREs in it. But But yeah, we've got like, it looks like chalk white nutrition bricks. I've got 1 or 2 of those in there, and then we've got some that we've gotten over time that are in the closet downstairs. It's like, man, I gotta be pretty desperate before I mean that nutrient brick. That looks like, I've had one of those. It's like, that is one of the saddest things ever. So if Yellowstone goes off, do you eat the MRE knowing it was your last meal? Can I borrow some hardtack? Yeah, no, it's definitely when you're like looking at me like, can I get some grog and some hardtack? It might be more palatable than this clearly superior nutritionally thing here. Because those like it's almost like this whitish beige brick, and it's just nutrients. It's just a brick of nutrients. There is no flavor, there is no happiness, there is no joy. The only thing I've ever heard from people is like, if you have any kind of sauce, you get that brick and you drown it. It doesn't matter. Hot sauce, barbecue, ketchup. If you've got anything with flavor, you drown that thing. Yeah, no, these are emergency rations. These aren't something you eat there. Yeah, no, I was mentioning that psychotic. I've got like it's like an MRE or 2 are in there. I probably need to check on where those are at. It's been a long time. But we do have the nutrient brick. Yeah. The brick is very upsetting. But it's one of those things, like when you get that for disaster preparedness, like, okay, in an emergency, can I eat this? Because it can be something that, like, yeah, you're in an emergency situation, here's your nutrients, and then you realize you got like a food allergy to it, or, you know, you eat it and your stomach just will not settle. You're like, okay, well that's not going to work. You know, you can be like, oh, come on, stomach, toughen up. It doesn't do you any good if you're like, you know, you're trying to conserve energy and you're dry heaving. Yeah, and I don't keep like I don't keep a bunch of like MREs around. It's just I keep basically with the bug out bag. So to be clear, with a bug out bag, like I'm not someone's like, oh, the society's gonna crumble. Gotta be ready. Gotta be ready for the downfall of the government or anything like that. It's generally speaking, in every place you have different disasters that you are likely to deal with. And those disasters have different things to deal with. If you exist on the face of the earth, congratulations, fire is a disaster you have to deal with. If you exist in a home, it has electricity, fire is a disaster that you have to be prepared for. Fire happens everywhere. You need a fire plan. But there's also additional ones. Most places, if you have any kind of major road nearby, you need to have a plan for in the event of chemical spill. You know, some chlorine truck is going down the highway, someone accidentally pit maneuvers it, and now you've got chlorine gas being, you know, belched out in the highway nearby your house. Now you need to shelter in place in a low ventilation area. That's a pretty standard one. So usually with your disaster planning, you have the, it's not safe to be in my home, I need to leave my home. It's not safe to be in my neighborhood, I need to be out of my neighborhood. It's not safe to be outside, I need to go to a low ventilated place inside. You're thinking about surviving in the zombie apocalypse? Easy. I can help you with that one, Server Lord. Do literally nothing. Because you've already managed. You are prepared for the zombie apocalypse. Because it is completely non-viable. So if you need to prepare for that disaster, perfect. You are already doing so by doing literally nothing. You cannot run fast enough? Yeah, you can. They don't exist. They don't run. They don't move. But yeah. So it's just one of those things. So like I said, usually you have like those, and then having stuff like a connection point outside of where you're at. So where I'm at, things we have to worry about is it's unlikely but flooding, fire, hurricanes, tornadoes, you know, and again stuff like chemical spills. Those would be the ones that would come across the list off the top of my head. Fire, straightforward. If there's a fire in your house, you have your ways of getting out of your house. Fair enough. You have your meeting point. If there's a fire in your neighborhood, what is outside your neighborhood or the nearest secure, safe place? Cool. If you're going broader than that, that's when you'd start getting into the point of having your external communication point. And that can be important for when a disaster happens because phone lines get overloaded, you don't get your text, your cells, all that kind of stuff. So what ends up happening is, for everyone involved, you designate a person at a separate location that is outside the area of the disaster as your liaison in the event there's a disaster. So for me and Toom, we have my younger brother, where if something were to happen, like, again, we got separated during a hurricane or whatever, phone lines are finicky, we reach out to him instead. And the reason why we would do that kind of stuff is the likelihood, if we're in a disaster area, both of our phones being able to communicate at the same time is pretty unlikely. But the chance I could reach out to them, and then separately Toom could reach out to them, is far more probable. But yeah, so the big thing was like preparing for disaster, but that's where stuff like the bug out bag comes in. Say we have like a really bad hurricane comes through, it knocks out power, and like there's contamination, all that, it's not safe to be here. That's what the bag's for. It's basically kind of 2 weeks worth of resources. After that, it's no longer gonna help. You remember why you got in the hospital last month? It's being fixed soon, hopefully. Oh, I hope they get that sorted for you. Yeah, no, I hope that gets all sorted. So it's a lot of stuff like that. Like, again, with a hurricane, we wouldn't bug out with the bag unless the house was compromised. But it would be potentially one of those things that we would have at least 2 weeks worth of non-perishables and all that. Or, say something happens and our house becomes structurally no longer sound, grab the bag, go someplace else. I've got 2 weeks to run on. Till, like, something has to give. And there's lots of reasons why an area might no longer be safe. It's also got, like, important legal documents and all that. So, again, there's a fire, you grab the bag and you go. Assuming it's where? Like a fire, leave the damn bag. Let's see, bag M249 goes in. Oh, wait, hurricane? Oh, yeah, hurricane. Very genuinely, actually, in all reality, when it comes to disaster preparedness, one thing they strongly recommend is do not bring a gun with you. The gun is going to do nothing but create escalation problems. Don't prioritize a firearm. Prioritize food, water, all these kind of things. Generally, when emergencies happen, people come together. When you show up and you're packing heat, people are going to have a much lower level of trust for you. Like, it is you are very, very much, and a lot of shelters and all that will literally turn you away if you have a firearm that you have to disarm before you're allowed in. It's a big bag as part of it. Another part of it is, while there is a bunch of water in it, there is stuff that you can treat water in it as well. And all that kind of stuff, so that helps. Because water's the big one. Water's the hard one. Because water, it doesn't compress well, and it's heavy. And you need, like, I think it's is it supposed to be something like a gallon a day or something like that, is like the very, very loose average. You'd still carry a gun in case someone's a jerk and all that. Yeah, well, I mean, the big point is, like, if you're looking at your bug out bag and you're thinking all your stuff and you've got all that limited capacity, firearms are heavy, and firearms are useless if you don't have the bullets that go with them. And if you're going here and you're looking at your bag and going, I have a very, very, very limited capacity, what you're choosing is to take your firearm over what's potentially multiple days worth of food. And you'd be like, well, I could use those bullets to get myself a kill. It's like, you know what? You could also use other things. There are many ways to get animals and all that that don't require firearms. It's certainly a way, like, you're not wrong. You couldn't fit clothes? Oh, yeah, this doesn't have clothes for 2 weeks. That's kind of the thing. When you're talking about a disastered situation, you're not worrying about, like, 4 or 5 pairs of clean clothes. That's a luxury. You got your priorities. Air's number 1. Luckily, that's everywhere. Usually. You've got, food, water, shelter. So, like, food and water. Food is easy to pack. That's actually one of the easier ones. Takes up space and it's heavy. Water is the tricky one because it's heavy, it doesn't compress well. And then shelter, that can just be as much as, like, a really tiny tent, or in this case, we have, like, the, It's glorified, like, almost like a blanket kind of thing. But, like, you can set it up so that you don't get rained on. But, yeah, no, multiple changes of clothes? Nope. For toilet paper equivalents, it's not a tarp. It's almost like that metallic stuff, like when they go to put out fires. It's very similar material to that. But, oh no, not ramen for days. That still takes up more space. We have the brick of nutrients that's sadness. Sadness in a brick. Let's see, you'd worry about staying clean enough as an enclosed. Yeah. Pillowcase, take proteins, water, maybe 2 water bottles, some lollies, packing nuts. It'll be heavy. Yes, clothes is the least on the needed. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, am I going to be miserable and upset being in dirty clothes? You better believe I'm going to be miserable and upset being in a bunch of dirty clothes. But again, if you're talking like you are leaving your worldly possessions behind because you're genuinely in danger. Like, again, on the hierarchy, a change of clothes is not that big. Because worst case, what you can do is you can go to, like, a lake or a river and you can take your dirty clothes and, it's not going to be a proper clean, but you can kind of, get them a good, like, kind of old school, chuck them under the water and up a bunch of times and all that. Obviously, you hopefully don't want to have to do that, but you can clean clothes with, water and all that. Not your fresh water supply you need to drink. Emergency thermal blankets. Yeah, you have one of those. If you are small things. You really should set up a bug out bag. Well, yeah, I mean, right. So to be clear, what's being said, psychotic, is like in your bug out bag, people are being like, oh, having multiple changes of clothes. It's like, well, if you're in that situation, you probably don't want multiple changes of clothes over food, water, other stuff. Like if you're prioritizing, like a change of clothes is probably not going to be very high on the list. And then hopefully you're wearing clothes going out, because that's a whole separate ball game. No clothes is a real problem. Or inappropriate or inadequate clothes is a real problem. But, yeah. Weather fire test simulation, so in real life, so it's only what you need? Yep. Oh no, and that's the whole thing. Like, again, when you're going for like a bug out bag, you're expecting to be miserable. You're eating a brick of nutrients that tastes like chalk. Like it's just not fun. You're going to be, using stuff to treat water that's going to taste super chemically and not be wonderful at all. You're going to be wearing the same clothes for probably at least a couple of days, if not more. If you're resorting to a bug out bag, I mean. Like none of this is about, you know, thriving. You're going to be miserable, and when it's all done, you are going to want a shower like you have never wanted a shower before. You have a bug out car? Okay, well, you can't count on roads being usable. They might be. Like, that's the thing. Throw your bug out bag in your car and take off and see how far you go. But that's always the thing. It depends on the reason why you're using it. Right, that's what it's kind of going. Like, you know, a hurricane comes through, you're flooded, your car ain't going nowhere. But that's kind of the whole thing, is like, you have the bug out bag. The idea is, it's a bag, you can grab it, it can go on your back, which means it can go where you can go. Whereas if you have, like, all your stuff in the trunk of your car, it can go where your car can go. And you and your car have different capabilities. Yeah, it's still worth having stuff in your car. Like, don't get me wrong. But that's just, like, general preparedness versus, like, a bug out bag. Like, having, you know, a little bit of snacks in your car, some drinks, you know, the little thing you can shatter your window, you know, if you were to, like, go off the road into the water or whatever. Like, that all makes sense. Have that in there. That's just smart. SMRT. Gotta have your car cheese. With the spare t-shirt, if packed properly, will take less space than a water bottle. You're not saying you need a pair of jeans like that. Change underwear and other things like legitimately a life-saving measure, but also a t-shirt is used for temperature regulation and so on if needed. Yeah, I mean, but that probably gets more into your, like, when it comes to disaster preparedness, like, kind of stuff, like, what are the likely things to be dealt with. Like, here in Florida, we're not worried about being too cold very often. Not to the point your basic clothes are going to matter. And up north, an extra t-shirt is probably not going to be that significant to make a difference, really, one way or the other, if it's way too cold or way too hot. And in that case, I'd rather have the water bottle. T-shirt could also be used to cool you. I would still argue the water bottle is the more important choice, because the reason you're worried about the heat is dehydration in a lot of cases of that. Heat stroke as well, but dehydration, which the water bottle directly helps with. I mean, obviously you got to do you and all that stuff, but generally the recommendation is to not pack extra clothes. Broadly speaking, you know, you bring what you bring unless there's some, like, specific reason. Yeah, you know, I gotcha. But in that situation, you could also just take the shirt you are actively wearing and do the same thing. You know, yeah, you'd be probably facing sunburn, but again, survival situation. Yeah. Nope, we are. My thing is, like, every time I've been involved with emergency planning, like, they specifically call out don't pack extra clothes, like, unless you have a very specific need. Like, if, for example, you're in the desert. In the desert, it gets freezing cold at night and really hot during the day. There is a need there. But that is kind of an extreme outlier. Most places are going to be generally leaning hot or cold. But yeah, broadly speaking, they most of the time, for a bug out bag, that's where you grab it, you go. There's no farther planning. You just grab and go. They generally advise don't pack clothes. Put food, water, other things in there. They're just more important. You were thinking underwear, not our clothes. You said you don't think you've ever had a bag or a backpack large enough to pack everything? For 2 weeks, including documents, but it depends a lot on the specific disaster. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things. Like, obviously, like, the two weeks would be, like, the dream. But if you can't do 2 weeks, do 1 week. If you can't do 1 week, get 3 days. Any time you give yourself will benefit you in an emergency. That's more time you have to have something go thing. In humid environments, not actually dehydrated to worry about, it's heat stroke. The humid environments increase the likelihood of heat stroke because it prevents natural cooling system from working properly. I get that, Psychotic, and in a dream world, you would pack everything, but it is the catch of most of the time, your expendable resources are going to be more important than an extra shirt or whatever. And I get that. I'm not saying there isn't a scenario where it couldn't be better, but it is generally recommended to not focus on packing additional clothes, but to instead focus on, you know, food, water, shelter, something to start fire, you know, like these kind of handful of things. First aid. Nowadays you have a hospital bag for when you're ready to do. Yep, same kind of idea. Different intent, different purpose. It's a bag that's ready for when you gotta go. You pick up the bag and you go. Yeah, no, but to give you an example with like, would socks be exception? Do you feel like they're important enough? Generally it's recommended against it, but there can be arguments to be made for certain situations. But like, for example, with like where we're talking about with me in Florida, the humidity is high. Heat stroke is a very valid and genuine concern. In those kind of cases where you're talking a disaster situation, you know, you're not looking to march across the state or anything. Most likely what you'd be doing is trying to lay low when it's hot, stay in the shade, you know, whatever you can do to keep yourself, you know, in good shape. And then, you know, when it's, you know, like in the later evenings, early in the morning when it's not as hot, maybe that's when you start trying to travel, that kind of thing. But like that's all getting more into the individual. Yeah, water, food, structure, more important, yeah. But the socks are important enough that, if you remember correctly, the U.S. Army Marines carry a change in their rucksack. Right. But a lot of times with the Marines and all that, you have support infrastructure going with them as well. Not that they can't be separated. But yeah, that's usually talking more than a 2-week concern. But yeah, like socks I could see an argument for. But yeah, it's like I said, generally most of the time, it's recommended to not focus on clothing. But again, that all depends on your situation and all that stuff. You need stocks, underwear, clean water source, a way to keep cool, keep fires about necessary. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the shelter's always the wild card in those discussions, because shelter, the importance of it varies on location. If you're stranded like Death Valley, shelter shoots up the list. It still doesn't pass water or food, but you know, you're not going a month without shelter in like the middle of the desert. Just the same, like if you're, you know, some extreme environment, you have to have like the shelter's more important. It's still, again, your food and water are more important, but like that can be thing versus like if you're in like a very temperate area, nice wooded temperate area, you basically have built-in shelter. You can kind of ignore it. You should be asleep. Yep. I mean, if you need that sleep, you get that sleep. If it's a high shelter is high to keep animals off you, to keep you off the wet ground. Yeah. Yeah, we do have our critters. That said, your options for chucking in a bag where you're not giving up a lot of other more important things to get yourself something you can do for like a stand or whatever, you're just not going to do that. You're like, that's a lot of food and water and first aid and everything else. Which is always the catch. is there's always you can go, well, this is something that'd be really useful if I can pack it. And this is something else that's really useful if I can pack it. And that's also really useful if I can pack it. And then you look at, you got the space for 2 items. It's almost like when you're playing those games and you pull up your backpack and you've got like 4 slots in your backpack and you have the 10 things you want to put in there and you get to have 4 of them. It's that exact situation. And yeah, no, it's generally speaking, you're not going to bring, like, if you can get like one of those like insulated blankets, like not like the thick blankets, but like the they're like almost like that aluminum color, like the fire blankets. Those thermal blankets work relatively well and they pack super small. So something like that's not bad to bring for you because it takes up very, very little space. And you can just kind of, you know, lay down, put that down there. You can lay on the thermal blanket if you're worried about what's on the ground. If it's cold, it helps. If it's hot, it helps. Is it going to be great? No, it's going to be really crinkly. But, you know, this is not talking an ideal situation. Flashlight, batteries, all those kind of things. You're watching too much survival YouTube videos. Watching those survival YouTube videos. A lot of those are hot garbage. Because the things we'd recommend for the bug up bag, other than what was mentioned, is a fishing hook, line, small rope, and a solar recharge flashlight. Well, there's lots of different flashlights. Like we had mentioned the flashlight. Rope isn't a bad one. I wouldn't worry so much about the fishing hook. Because keep in mind with the fishing hook, you need something to grab it with. You'd have to have familiarity with what you can do there. You'd have to have bait. That is certainly a way to get food. I probably... Like, it doesn't take much space. So it's like, it's not like it'd be a dire thing. Probably not something you need to worry about too much. Because here's where I'd have the counter-argument there, Luxray. If I've got, like, the bricks of nutrition, where I've got a brick that's, like, almost a week's worth of nutrition, and you toss 3 or 4 of those bad boys in your bag, you know, you're set for 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks you don't need to fish for a single gram of nutrients or calories. And once you've gotten to the point you're talking past 2 weeks, you've exceeded the point a bug out bag was even relevant. You're talking far worse. So like it's definitely one of those things that you want to eat the brick over fish. It's not that I want. It's the intention of the bag is to get you to the point where you don't need to be in the survival situation anymore. You know, either it's disaster, you need to ride it out for a couple of days or whatever. Or, you know, again, you're just trying to get from point A to B. You know, you're in the immediate disaster situation, get out there. Yeah, no, it is bigger, but again, if you're spending time fishing, you're spending time, calories, and energy and hydration trying to get bait. And then you're taking your bait and you're putting it on your hook, and then you're spending time that you could be traveling to get away from the disaster, and energy and all that, and you may or may not get fish. I got a brick. That's just food. I already have it. I don't have to do anything. When we're talking like the survival thing, usually the kind of the colloquialism is, you know, you sweat, you die, which is an exaggeration, but the idea is sweating is bad if you're not getting immediate payout from it. And so, like, digging in the dirt, trying to find worms or whatever, you're gonna be sweating. You're gonna be basically trading calories and water to get bait to then try and catch a fish. Again, if you're gonna be staying there for like, oh, society's crumbled and I gotta survive, that's a different animal. Then you're gonna need to fish and you're gonna need to do that. A bug out bag isn't meant to be like you're surviving forever. A bug out bag is, again, you've had a disaster, and either you need to sit there until help comes, which shouldn't be longer than 2 weeks. Hopefully, like that would be a biblical level of disaster. Or you need enough calories so that you can get out of the disaster area. If you've got 2 weeks, I'd be wishing to kick back in my armchair on the smoking jacket, cracking over my best cigar. You can find and just let the world end around me. Yeah, no, I know how to fish. In my house, all 3 doors are on one side of the house. That's not the greatest. Yeah, no, it's fine if you want to pack a hook or whatever. My thought is just broadly speaking, again, we're talking like the specifics of the disaster matter. But broadly speaking, with your time, you're probably not going to want to spend your time fishing. You're going to spend your time, again, escaping the disaster area or just doing everything you can to conserve energy and water. Like, depending on, like, are you sheltering in place or are you on the move? Like, genuinely, the best thing for you to do in some disasters is you've got your supplies, you find someplace sheltered, and you lay there and use as little energy as possible and wait. You know, you start worrying about catching animals and fish when you go, okay, you know, I got my 2 weeks supply, and we're starting to wear that down, because most likely they're going to run out of water long before food's a problem. Because again, like, we got 2 weeks worth of food there. 2 weeks is a lot of water. Like, even with having water treatment stuff in your bag, none of that's, like, renewable forever. Like, they're tablets or whatever that you can process a little bit of water here and there. In 2 weeks, it's going to take some time to, like, really buckle down that water. Yeah, the tube... Oh, those tubes don't last forever, man. I know the tube you're talking about, the one with the charcoal filter in it. Those charcoal filters are only good for a certain amount of water. Then they become compromised. You still use them if you have nothing else, but like they very quickly become unreliable. They gunk up and then the water stops going through well. You can sometimes backflow them also. What, you just have a whole bunch of charcoal filters in there? Yeah. Still, I mean, I wouldn't have nearly as much confidence versus, like, you know, packed properly versus you just got a bunch of charcoal and you just got a stick and, like, wedged it in there real good or whatever. Like, it'd still be better than nothing. But yeah, the point was more you're still, like, your water is going to be your main concern. No, so when I was saying, sorry, I was saying using a stick to, like, wedge it in there, not like a stick of charcoal. Use a stick to shove the charcoal in there kind of thing, like to smash it up, whatever. I was making just, like, a comment about it. Like I said, it would probably still be doing better than nothing, like any type of filtration. But it'd have to be, like, really, really well smashed up to do that. The bigger point wasn't to get, like, a whole discussion about the capabilities of charcoal filters. It was more, realistically, your problem's going to be water. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, it's gonna be water. And also, the straw doesn't help if you don't have a container. Because, sure, you can hang at your source of water, but if you do need to go, you have to find another source of water. And for the record, I have one of those straws, too. I do bring it with me. This isn't being like the straw is bad. I literally have one in my bag. But that shouldn't be your only source. Alright. I believe we just need to put down fertilizer here. Actually, before we do that, let's check that field, because I know it's going to need fertilizer. I didn't check to see if it needs lime. Okay, so it needs fertilizer and lime. Yeah, no, filter, like, I'm not disagreeing on filters being useful. Same team. My comment was more like, that is something that is only useful when you're by the water source. If you're traveling, you still need something you can bring with you to hold water and all that. And all that was making decisions about what you put in your bag. Let's see, Hospital says, Neo Scavenger taught me to bring plenty of thin disposable bags and thread. It's not a realistic comparison. You know, I got you, Lex, right? My comment was more circling back to, like, bringing stuff for either fishing or hunting or anything like that, where people are like, oh yeah, bring a gun to get food, and I'm like, nah, man. Food is the easy thing to carry with you. It's unpleasant, but it's the easy thing to handle. It is like 90% of the problem is water. It just does not compress. It's huge. A lot of your solutions still depend on an external water source. Like for mine, the big thing I have is I have stuff that's for putting in your water to filter and all that stuff. And so you've got like all that. I do have, it is like a glorified water jug kind of thing. That'll carry more than a day's water or whatever. It's got the filter in the bottle. But yeah, no, it's still, that's always your problem. That's when you just basically... Silver nitrate tablets? I have no idea off the top of my head. I'd have to dig them out of there, and I'm not going to do that right now. It's, you know, it's some type of tablets or whatever. They put like one of those to, I think it's like a gallon. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, broadly speaking, you just, the food is the easy to handle part. Like, honestly, of like you know, food, water, shelter, the food's the easy one. You can get a lot of calories in a very small package as long as you're willing to give up anything that is any semblance of, you know, enjoyable. But water just, you can't make smaller. And then shelter doesn't move well for anything of any substance. Yeah, no, I'd agree. Shelter, generally speaking, in Florida's not too hard. Between palm fronds and trees and all that available, you got a lot of options. The only place it gets tricky is when you're like in the muckier parts of Florida where it's like proper just wetlands everywhere. You're just trying to find any place to like put your feet down. That's about the only parts of Florida that gets to be really problematic. Because that, you have to kind of build something. Can we just not agree in most real world survival situations we're effed? Right, like, that's kind of the thing. Like, when you're talking survival situation of, like, you go out in the woods, here's your knife and your lighter, survive. Yeah, 90% of the people are effed. The people who think they're preppers who can absolutely handle it, even more effed than most of us. Because at least a lot of the rest of us are realistic about it, versus they're just as effed, but they give themselves a false sense of hope. Because a lot of those people, like, there's a reason why you had, there's been a number of different contests where they'd have, like, someone who was an actual scout or whatever, and then you'd have, like, you know, some self-proclaimed survivalist, and they would go out and they'd do a competition, and it was usually whoever, like, again, you know, the scout, the ranger, whatever, the person who actually works out in the wilderness all the time, is almost always carrying the other person as they just whine about how rough it is and how terrible it is. Like they had, like, Naked and Afraid, that kind of happened a lot. Oh yeah, no, that's very much, that's one of the things I would come up with, like, when we were playing games like Project Zomboid, and you'd have, you know, the people, like, or State of Decay or whatever, the people would start shooting at each other and whatever, and you're just like, okay, but no, really, very genuinely, for people having any type of real-length survival, you do not want to be the person alone. You're one dodgy meal away from being dead if you're alone. The moment you give yourself some kind of food poisoning or you catch a cold or whatever, and that you can't do the basic things you need to take care of yourself, you know, congratulations, you just died. Versus with a group, you know, when someone's down off their feet, you know, the others can carry that weight. So there's violence, theft, and a lack of human morals. You're not lasting long anyways, regardless of how well you stick to the circle. Step on a rusted. Well, and you joke about that, like, it's one of those things, like, you look historically at human beings, and, like, you step on a rock wrong. You cut your foot. It's infected. You died. It's just very, very genuinely, like, lots and lots of people died from stuff that would see utterly mundane. You just step wrong and you fall over and you bang your head, you died. Humans are a very delicate thing. People like to be like, oh, we're so sturdy, and I was like, man, no. I hate to break to you. Like, we got a lot of good things going for us, but in the durability department, there's some places we've got some good stuff, but there's a lot of compromise we gave. Oh. I got an achievement. I have no idea what for. Okay. Yeah. Compared to other animals, we are not as durable. Not durable necessarily. We bounce back quick. Yeah, no, there's definitely things that humans are good at. Like some of the things that humans are very much like outliers for being immensely skilled at. Humans are one of the most successful things of being able to like pick up a random thing, kind of give it a heft, and be able to throw it at least reasonably close to where we're aiming. Like we have an extreme outlier for being able to throw with a reasonable level of accuracy at a very far distance compared to most things. There's definitely things that are more accurate than we are, but usually not very far. So like that's one thing. And as far as endurance runners, humans are one of the extreme outliers. That one of the main ways we used to hunt is we'd go up to something bigger than us, we'd poke it, and it would go, ah, and it'd try and get away from us, and then we'd poke it, and it'd turn around to go to fight, and we'd back off. And then when it'd try and go, you'd poke it, and you basically just wore the thing out. That was a lot of the big successful hunting we did grow, like, as a species, was just keep this animal going, because a lot of animals don't recover from getting exhausted very quickly. So you get like an elephant or a mammoth and just slowly wear it down. And then when it kind of just like lays down there like it's got nothing left to give, and that's when you go up and you start poking in the face for realsies. Horse that breaks its leg, even with proper care, won't survive long. Humans, however, could heal from a broken leg and go win the Olympics, theoretically. Yeah, no, and that's again like, but that's also getting back onto like the whole social side of it. You know, human beings. A human treating their own injury, it's doable certainly, but it's far less likely to be successful than again as a community and all that stuff. Or chase big animal into a ravine, drop boulders. We don't need to drop the boulder. Chase it into a hole. Let it sit there. Give it a couple of injuries. And we can do a lot of cool stuff with traps. The other theory behind the throw things, because we have the bone structure in our wrist, because we like to bonk things. I mean, we also liked to throw things as well, so I figured that just developed as, you know, we went from like Neanderthal to all that stuff. Like, I've talked about the alligator traps that, like, the Seminoles and them used to use back in the day. It's, like, it's still, like, really, really slick trap. Here, I'm gonna break out the glorious, glorious, immense power that is paint. But yeah, so, like, the alligator traps that, you know, the Seminoles used to make, basically the way it would work here is so you'd have, like, a couple of these little, these are like wooden stakes. You have all these little wooden stakes around here. They kind of go like this. I didn't give myself quite enough room. It'd kind of be like this. And so what happens is the alligator comes in here. You know, someone's up here and they bait it into the trap. And so it goes in here. And so what would end up happening is you got your alligator, it's in there. So alligator's sitting here. It's got its head. It's just doing gator things. This isn't nearly long enough, so we're going to have a really squatty alligator because it didn't draw this well. So I got a little alligator. It's got some, like, little stump legs. The legs actually have, like, a bend in them and all that, but that's the point. So really the alligator would be much, much longer than this, but I didn't give myself enough room. And so the alligator's sitting here like this. And these would need to be a little bit farther up. But what happens is, the alligator realizes, oh, I can't get past here. You know, people are here. They're poking me with sticks. It makes me mad. And so the alligator goes to back up, and what happens is its tail gets between these. And so now it can't back up either. So the alligator can kind of just, like, move back and forth in here and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, and we know that's an alligator and not a crocodile because it has round nose. Exactly, it has a round nose, and then the teeth pattern over here is different on there and there. There's less up pointy teeth on this one versus a crocodile. But yeah, but the whole point is, you know, then it can't get out, and then meanwhile, the people would go from here over to the sides, and then it would just start sticking it in the sides a whole lot until the alligator stopped moving. And then, you know, then they eat an alligator. But it's just the whole thing where they just put a bunch of sticks down in the ground. And then it's just a matter of, like, fish traps are really easy to do. Oh yeah, there's a lot of really cool fish traps. Now I'm gonna say the diagram. I've done a bunch of, like, MS Paint art over the years. But yeah, no, you have, like, the fish traps where it's like a cone with another smaller cone inside. And so the fish can get into the cone, the first cone, but, like, the second cone is fully enclosed and then they just can't get out. So they just weave it with reeds. Or sticks or whatever. There's those. Crab traps were kind of the same basis. You just make a big box. You just have, like, a little cone that's got, again, it points inwards at a taper. So the crab can pull itself through. But once it's inside, its ability to pull itself back out is, like, very, very dodgy. And so what they'll do is they would take stuff, and this is how crab traps are still used today. That literally they would just have, like, a spot in the middle. You take whatever stuff you're not gonna eat. So, like, say you're doing fish and you got, like, the head and all that, and there's not enough stuff you want. Oh, I ran out of lime. But, you know, like, you'd have the head or whatever you're not going to use, or, like, it's some fish that's just not good for eating or whatever. You just shove it in there. There'd be, like, usually an enclosed area. The crab gets in there, and you'd have, like, the openings, like, on a couple of the sides that, again, they taper in. The crab can pull itself in through the taper, and then it can't back out. You know, and it gets to eat on whatever's in the middle there. Who cares? You're trading food. You're trading something that maybe you can't eat or maybe isn't worth eating, and you're trading it for a crab, which is much, much nicer to eat. That's not the right box, but we'll go ahead and grab both of these just to get them out of here. No, chuck it over there. Alright. But yeah, those are all good things. Now, granted, getting stuff like a cast net's where the real money is, but that is that's a whole different situation. You're not loading up a cast net with you when you're out there. All right. A number of fly jars traps work that way. I like the fly traps when half of them, it's like literally it's just a thing in there that's just like, it's just like honey or whatever, and the bugs climb in, they just get stuck. You're like, well, bug's dead. What'd you use to get it? Literally, it's food. I just gave it more than it could handle, and then it got stuck in it, and now it's dead. You're welcome, bug. Let's see. So your question is, to a Florida resident, for no reason of irrational fear on the side, is that kind of trap work on crocodiles too? Yeah. Same idea. Ultimately, the idea is it can get into it, and it's just when it goes to back up, the tail, because it doesn't have like the ability to like point it centered, will drag one way or the other, and so it'll wedge in between the things. I mean, technically, you could probably even make it work with something like if you had a big enough lizard like a Komodo dragon, the same kind of trap. Well, I think the Komodo dragon can climb them, but the same type of trap would work for something like that too, if it's a big enough lizard that, you know, the tail can get through and it can't maneuver it. I think Komodo dragons have enough dexterity they could, like, pull themselves up or whatever. They can climb to a certain degree. Both gators and crocs, I believe, can climb chain link fences. They can climb more than you'd expect. Because just the way their digits are, they can grab. Oh, I mean, for the alligators, because of how you put the posts in, they don't have a good angle to get a climb over them. And then plus, it's trying to climb as you're taking pointy sticks and sticking them into it. So it's far more concerned about trying to get its mouth at you. The bigger concern is whatever stick you've got there is strong enough to put up with the gator thrashing in it. That the gator's, you know, swinging itself, throwing its weight around them. They have to be pretty big to hold up with that. So you're talking like pretty big tree branches you've just shoved deep into the mud. Spoken like a man who's poked a gator to death. I have not, but I have gone to like a lot of the historic places around Florida. So like I've gone to like where they had like, you know, Seminole tribe areas. I always forget the one. It's one of the ones that got absorbed into the Seminoles. But there's a handful of the different tribes in the area, and I've gotten to see like a bunch of their areas, learn about their culture and whatnot. And just the same, I've gone to like a lot of the earlier colonial developments and all that as well. But yeah, they do some cool stuff. And unfortunately, a lot of the tribes in Florida get a really bad reputation of being like over the top, violent, and awful, and a lot of it's just propaganda. Unfortunately, There were a couple of pretty violent tribes in the area, but most of the ones that end up violent in the longer run, it was more they kept getting pushed off their land, and eventually they got tired of it and they started pushing back. Which, you know, fair enough. Oh yeah, no, snakes, like, genuinely, like, if you're just around Florida and you're like, what should I be really worried about? I mean, obviously, don't go into water you can't see the bottom of unless it's like a designated, you know, swimming area or whatever. But usually you're honestly probably more worried about the water snakes than the alligators. Like, don't get me wrong, if you jump in the wrong water, an alligator's gonna take a chomp out of you. But most of those areas are not areas you're going to be jumping in the water in the first place. But like a lot of the water snakes, they're not like most snakes. Most snakes are chill and want nothing to do with you. But some of the water snakes are particularly territorial and aggressive. So generally you see some of those water snakes, you're like, oh no, I'm staying the hell away from this thing. And some of them are pretty, you know, like, ridiculously venomous. Yeah, water snakes will go out of their way to screw with you, yes. Okay. So you know someone who had a dog that got too close to a water snake? Nest full of young snakes. Yep. Oh yeah, when they get established somewhere, it's rough. Versus, like, you know, rattlesnakes or whatever. Rattlesnakes and that, again, like, if you get too close, they'll do the whole thing where they'll start rattling and all that. About the only time you really run to a place where, like, you run into problems like rattlesnakes is, again, it starts rattling and you ignore it and do something dumb. Or you surprise each other. That's usually the ones that result in people having interactions that end up bad. But like a lot of the water snakes, they are very aggressive and very territorial. So like you'll see, like, for those who've never seen what a rattlesnake nest looks like here in Florida, it's just like a big pile of palm fronds. And then the snakes will be in there. Yeah, if you go messing with that, you'll probably get yourself bit. But generally, if you're not doing that, like, you'll hear the, and you're like, all right, okay, all right, I'm going the other way. I understand. That's the nope rope zone. It belongs to the nope rope. As long as I stay out of the nope rope zone, everything's fine. But then you see the like water moccasin nets, and they look the same, like same kind of basic idea. Then they come out and they try and run you off. You apparently have a turtle nest in your yard? Neat. I haven't seen one in a long time, but we have gopher tortoises here, and those are pretty cool. They make the big, like, oval nest. Yeah, the ones we see a lot is we see painted snapping turtles. Those are really cool. We see a lot of those. I had one of those as a pet for a while. It little baby one got trapped in a garage and wasn't doing so well, so I took it in and fed it for a while and eventually, you know, let it go. Adult me realized that turtle probably, well, no, the way I fed it, maybe it was alright. But, because I didn't keep it too long. But it was definitely not the proper way to handle it. But I was a kid. I was just like, there's this turtle, it's stuck in the garage. It doesn't look like it's, you know, it's not moving much. And then, you know, gave it a bunch of pellets and all that, kept in the aquarium. Got so sick and tired of cleaning that stupid aquarium because, oh my god, turtles make such a mess. They stink so bad. They stink so bad. You clean the thing out like an hour later and it's already reeking again. They're cool pets, but dear goodness, are they a lot of work. We also have soft shell turtles. Those are a lot here. You go near the coast and you can see the sea turtles sometimes. Get your leatherback, your loggerhead, and your green. So I want to say we get 4 types of sea turtles here. It's mostly the green turtles that we see. Like it's kind of a big deal when they see a leatherback or a loggerhead, if I remember correctly. Because that was me and Tomb went out a couple of times where we were helping with the you know, spotting the sea turtles coming in, and you know, marking where their nests were. Like we weren't doing the marking, but we were helping the spotting. You know, and then you'd mark where the nests were, and then put the netting over it. And it was a big deal that we had seen 2 leatherbacks on the same trip. And they're like, this doesn't happen. This is really good. Like, they were like, we've been seeing more of them. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure all the sea turtles are endangered, but I think it was leatherbacks were the ones who are in like the worst state so far as the population's going. We've been seeing the green sea turtles rebounding in a pretty big way because of a couple different things. Like one is you've got like all the awareness and the help and all that, preventing, you know, people from trampling their nests and all that kind of stuff. But also people used to eat them like a lot. And while some people still do, because of how they became endangered and all that, there's been a lot of kind of social pressure and all that to not eat them. Like, you know, someone prepares them and people make a big deal. It's like, how could you do that? It's the same thing like with sharks, that some of the shark populations have been recovering now that people have like pretty strong stances against shark fin soup. It's still eaten in the world, but like there's a lot of places that historically would have eaten them that there's a lot of pushback now about not doing that. We have lionfish in the reefs now. Yep. And they are ruining everything. You hear a lot about the Burmese pythons that we have in the Everglades that are just decimating everything. You don't hear about it quite as often, but it's like almost the exact same thing, as we also have problems with lionfish in the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf, that they're not native there. Someone like the belief is someone released them and they managed to establish themselves. So they have no natural predators in the area. And so there are definitely creatures that could eat them. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, they're just really blowing up. Pythons are being eaten by the water snakes? I was under the impression it's the other way around. Because like, last I had heard, the pythons were just getting, like, worse and worse, and they were just going, we don't know what to do about this. You're terrified of lionfish? You have no idea how people could stand to go on a hunt with them with spears and shelled buckets? I actually have no idea how strong the venom is from lionfish. Like, very, very genuinely, I don't know if we're talking like this is some, like, serious, you get yourself, you know, scratched and you're just dead. But if the python's smaller than the water snake, will eat it. Lionfish venom is lethal? Gotcha. You realize the title is Beets, not Beets, right? Yeah, sugar beets. Where are the beats? I mean, right now we're listening to the beats as RimWorld. Um, boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. The system is down. Now you know you're talking real beats when someone says in the club. It's the moment they say in the club, like you got some beats going on. Till then you're just jamming. There's some snake that used to be native here called an indigo. Something that could take down young pythons. Coyotes have developed tactics to take out their nets as well. Yeah, no, we still have indigos in Florida. They're actually not that rare. Those are the ones you tend to see near houses a lot of times. The ones you tend to see like sunning in your pool area or on your windowsill or whatever. Those tend to be like gardener snakes, and indigos tend to be the ones you see the most. They get big. We also get black racers is another one. I feel like black racer and indigo or whatever, there might be one of those ones that like overlapping names kind of thing. It's always hard to tell. A lot of those snakes, depending on where you're from, will have 2 or 3 different names for the same thing. Now we're getting really close to being able to get the beats going. Like, we've got 500 in the bank. We're gonna have another like 250 or so thousand we're gonna get here in a minute, which is enough to just straight up buy the harvester. But we still need the planter. So I'm hoping I'll catch one of the 2 of them on sale. And maybe this year, the beginning of the next in-game year, we'll be able to get the sugar beets going. Alright, Psychotic, you have a good one. You're pretty sure if you fell asleep during the snake conversation, you'd have a nightmare? That's unfortunate. Nightmares are no fun. Alright, take it easy. It's good having you and all that stuff. Alright, this will be the potato field done. And yes, the potato field is the one that's taking the most time these days. But yeah, so things we want to get is, one, we're gonna get ourselves set up to do the sugar beets. And one thing I am considering is if we do score the big planter that's like right on the edge of what this can handle, which means it's not going to handle it well, I still think I will get it and we will fight with it, with the intent of like the next big buy being a bigger tractor. So that we can do that. Because we are definitely at the point getting a second tractor would help. It's not this month, I think it's August. There's one of the months in the middle there, like August or whatever, that I have 3 things that come up due at the same time that all need the tractor. And it's definitely one of those ones that are like, okay, that's gonna be a thing. The other one I want to catch is I want to catch a, see if we can't get a cheap lorry. Because then I can start having that deal with moving cargo and collecting the crops and all that. And that gives me the same benefit where this can be over here, like seeding this field while I'm running over there with the lorry, you know, getting a load of crop from the harvester. And eventually we might get sprayers so it can do the herbicide and just go a lot faster. Now what I need to do is just get the Nexat. It does everything. We just get the Nexat and it would definitely not beach itself on this thing so very quickly. So I'm going to try and do here, it's not a good idea, is I'm going to quickly, while this is going down this road, run into the room and grab myself another drink and be right back. And time to spare. Okay. Now, thank you for everyone who's been hanging out all night. We've had a lot of people hanging out, having a good time, good conversations and all that stuff. So again, if you're not already following, probably drop a follow. That way you can find your way back. And if you didn't have a good time, my name is Steve. And I'll be taking no further comments. It's not really Steve, for those not reading between the lines there. It's the classic meme joke from like tourism stuff where like they're doing the tour and they're like, hey, if you liked my thing, my name is Pedro and give me a tip and all that stuff. And if you didn't like it, my name is Steve. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. You lurk in the game while lurking a lot. We listen to the conversation. Oh yeah, no, that's like the 70, 80, 90 percentile, probably, well, 70, 80 percentile of people who watch Twitch. Not even like this channel, who just watch Twitch in general. That you are their screen number 2. That you are their podcast, you are their radio, you are their background noise, you are the I don't want to listen to my brain, I just want to jam. Whether it's your gaming, or you're working, or dealing with taxes, I don't know. Whatever it is you got going on that you got to focus on, you're the background noise. And that bothers some people. It's definitely one of those things. I'm in screen number 3. Ow. To be fair, I guess I am my own screen number 3 because I have my game going here and I've got the preview of my own stream. So even while I'm streaming this, I am on my 3rd stream. You might feel a bit awkward to put a streamer on the main screen and stare at nothing but them for 9 hours a day. I feel like that's when you go, ooh, I might have a parasocial relationship that's in the not okay category. I mean, to be fair, some people are just entertained watching. It's fine, as long as it doesn't get weird. But yeah. No, it's a thing you accept. It's one of those things that, like, only the first time this crossed, like, it was a deliberate strategy when I set up, like, what time I'm streaming and all that. It's like, yes, I will be streaming overnight, so I'll start at kind of, like, peak US times, kind of go overnight to, like, across, like, you know, New Zealand and Australia times, and then I kind of wrap up around the time that once you're, like, in Europe, you're starting to get to the time that a lot of the European content creators are starting to, like, get up and start streaming for the day. It's like, I land in that window there, so I'm trying to do... Did it go on the outside edge? It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, so, like, it's very strategic. So, like, I'm the overnight one. So, you know, you got people who are working security, and they're just sitting there, it's boring as tears, or they're just, like, you know, you're the person you have to do your 2 or 3 rounds in the evening to make sure, like, various filters at the aquarium are running, or whatever it is you do. But there's a lot of you just sitting there waiting in the evening. It's boring. And I'm background noise for them. You got a lot of people like myself who deal with a bit of insomnia and all that stuff. There, that's the stripe. I was going to say I missed a spot. Okay. You know, they're dealing with a little bit of insomnia and all that. So you're there to, like, kind of give them something to listen to while they hopefully are able to get to sleep. But very genuinely, or just, you know, people who deal with anxiety or whatever. It's a place to, like, chill and vibe and whatever. And so it very much was a deliberate decision to have the value of being like, hey, this is a channel you can come to, you can hang out, there's a good chance you could fall asleep to. And that is literally a value I deliberately offer. But it's also one of those things that the first time you're like, oh man, like, every time I tune into the stream, I fall asleep. And it's like, okay, my, like, the immediate brain instinct is like, oh, is it that boring? Like, oh no, that's not good. And you're like, no, this is, like, deliberately an intentional decision for the channel that I have it such. It's the reason I don't do, like, you know, Halloween scream sound effects and all that kind of stuff. Is those are really cool. Like, this is not judging on those, like, very, very much. There are a lot of channels that that is fun and engaging and interesting content, but it would be basically the worst thing I could do for the value I offer. You know, when people are trying to fall asleep and suddenly you hear, you know, this loud screaming noise in the side of your ear or whatever. It's one of the reasons why you'll probably notice most of the time when I raid our people, it's not that they can't have noise. The noise is fine. But, like, if I have someone and they're like, way loud or whatever, we don't tend to raid them again. Not even, like as a negative about their content. It's like, oh, no, I'm gonna have all these people who are, like, you know, you're dozing off to the stream, hanging out, chilling and all that, and then suddenly you get air raid sirens because I raided someone. And we've usually done pretty good about that kind of thing. And not run into that too much. But there has been 1 or 2 times where we went to raid someone. And the one I remember distinctly is, you know, it was someone new. I don't remember what the game was. And I was like, okay, let me go ahead and take a quick peek at this person, like, before we raid. Because I do that sometimes, like, I'll check to see who's doing what. Let me take a peek at this person, see if they're chill. I'm like, cool, this person's just chill having a conversation with their chat. It seems like our vibe. Awesome, let's make a new friend, let's raid that person. And they were kind of sitting there, like, chill having a conversation. And it was like, you know, they had a small audience, like 20, 30 people or whatever. And, you know, we dropped in with, like, that was probably 80, 90, 100 people. And he got there, and you could see him, like, do this, sit back up in his chair, and get into character. It's like, oh, no. And just super high energy. Like, air raid sirens coming. He was like, how you doing, Chad? Everything's like getting all there. It's like, oh no, no. I literally went in the Discord, like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This person was so chill and just, you know, they got this raid that was probably a big deal for them. Like, to be fair, like, you know, when you're sitting at like 20, 30 people and 100 more people show up, like, that's a big deal. And just gotten characters like, oh no, this is not aligning. Like, if you would have stayed exactly as you were when when the raid showed up, if you didn't go in character, you probably would have had a pretty decent retention rate. But because you went and, like, just amped your energy up like tenfold, you scared away half these people who are trying to relax and just chill for the evening. Okay, so you don't have a lot of potato chips or anything that's doing. But it was, you could just definitely, like, palpably feel that this person went from, like, I'm in chill mode to it's like, oh, it's time to get on stage and perform. Like, and just seeing him, like, sit up straight and, like, get himself, like, kind of hyped up, I was like, oh no. It's like, no, man, this is not the call. Don't do it. Don't do it. You were in such a good, literally, that's like, and don't get me wrong, that's, we've mentioned this before. If you're someone who's going to get into streaming, you're starting out, you're streaming to no one. That we all did it. It's fine. Stream like you always have the whatever your audience is there. Like, if you're going high energy, just be high energy. Even if you're high energy to nobody there. Because by the time you realize someone's there, it's too late. They've already made the decision of whether they're staying or not. And so that's just the thing, is that was an unintentional on their part bait and switch of just being this chill, like, oh yeah, we can vibe with this, to going into character. With that said, we're getting about the time to have me wrap up. I've had like 2 days of like next to no sleep because of all sorts of other obligations, and I thankfully don't have that tonight. But I'm tired. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up and wind down to hanging out with some other people and all that good stuff as I call it a night myself. And we'll be back here tomorrow. I don't know yet what I'm gonna be playing. It was getting a little zombie earlier. Like, we were playing Hotel Architect. It was just, we were kind of like waiting for the money to show up to do the next thing. And, you know, I started to really drag and like, oh, I am not making it through this stream. And luckily I got a second win and I'm doing just fine now. But I do know that second win will fall, and then I will. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that we can find your way back here in the future. I will be back here at 7 p.m. EST. I don't know what we're going to be playing tomorrow. I got lots of options. We could do more Space Haven. We can check out more Nitro. I keep wanting to call it Neo. Nitrogen Omega, which is a very out there game. We can potentially do more farm sim. We'll actually nix all that. We're definitely going to be doing at least a bit of American Truck Simulator. Because I did say I was going to do that tomorrow, and we had talked about potentially doing a convoy with Ultra. I do understand that that might be up in the air because of scheduling stuff. If it happens, great. If not, that's fine. Right now, with how incredibly ridiculously busy everything has been in content creation right now, with how many games are releasing and updating, honestly, any plan to collab with anyone that isn't related to a sponsorship is very up in the air. So with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is, if you're over on the YouTube side, we are going to go ahead and end the stream over there because I don't have a host ready for you, but thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And for those over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And like I said, we got lots of options for what to play later.